balloon fight is different than actual balloons.
It's a balloon. What are you talking about?
ESPNU. We have the nostril shot from Goldhammer. It's up his nose. There it is. It's Nuno's right. It's very close to his face. We're unsportsmanlike.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold. $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Something amazing is happening in networking. Organizations are scaling with less stress. That's because CDW is designing and implementing intelligent HPE Aruba networking solutions that simplify and secure operations. With automation at the center of your data center, growing pains can be a thing of the past. HPE Aruba Networking and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Aruba.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Doug, it's a Sadie Hawkins, and we have a lot to choose from here on 101 ESPN, on the TMA STL YouTube channel. The Blues winning the equivalent of a playoff game last night against the Flames. The Missouri Tigers go down to Gainesville and shock the world as a double-digit underdog against the...
Careful.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah. The spread was too good to be true, and they get shipped at VCU. And ILL kind of got a little NCAA tournament deep run thing about them because they don't just beat teams when they beat teams. They skull pound them. Minus the topless Eric Musselman in USC the other day. But either way, it's a Sadie Hawkins. You're the cute girl at the square dance, and all of those topics are the hot young boys. And you get to walk across the room and pick who you want to square dance with.
Oh, well, we have time for all of it, but I think probably the lead is the Blues.
Jackson, do you agree?
I cannot, in good conscience, give an objective.
Is it conscious or conscience?
I have trouble with syntax sometimes, and I can't objectively answer that question.
Well, I'm disappointed in your dossier.
It's a startling dossier, Martin.
Because it starts with Blues Flames, and Jackie was outside on his patio screaming at about 10:27, was it last night? Just screaming out loud about his Tigers. I think they're the top story today.
How about that, Jackson?
Like I said, I can't, where my heart lies is not necessarily where the St. Louis community at large lies. So, I don't know if I can make that.
I think significance, though. I'm going to go
That's
Mizzou.
a big win for the Blues. Get the Flames again on Thursday.
God, I'm trying
How about
to go.
that? How about that analysis,
No,
Doug?
I know.
I'm trying to go Mizzou
I'm with
you.
I get it. But, I would say in the greater St. Louis area, there's a lot more Blues fans than there are Missouri Hoops fans.
I would agree with that. But I see where Martin's coming from on the significance. That's being a big upset. But the thing is, for the Blues, weird spot. Because I don't know if you get this vibe, Doug. Sometimes we're on the same page on this kind of topic.
Okay.
The Blues still have, do you know how many games they have left?
Oh, geez. As of yesterday, they played like 44.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So 37 games left. But yet, I kind of felt like last night was getting into the realm of, you can't say must win when you have 37 games left, but from the realm of reality and the team that they're chasing and playing them back to back, if it would have gone the other way, Calgary's sitting there with 51 points, the Blues are sitting there with 44 points, and you look at what's ahead here in the near term with regard to the schedule and they go back out on the road, it could get pretty rough because the first wild card spot is, a good ways away with Colorado sitting at 55 points, but instead the Blues get the win, and your perspective on the situation changes significantly. In addition to the Blues getting the win, you also had the teams around them that they needed to lose as well. The Canucks lost, Utah lost, and so it becomes a great night for the Blues because they didn't just win, they won in regulation, and by doing so, now they trail the Flames by 3 points, as opposed to if Calgary, especially if they would have come back from a 1-0 deficit going into the third period, win that game in regulation, the Blues are 7 points back. It's a significant swing, even though we're talking about a game that was on January 14th.
A 4-point game, Tim. A 4-point game.
Oh, very nice. 4-point game. They've kind of owned Calgary here recently.
That goes back to the Monday Night Miracle.
Played, all the way back to 86. And Foxer got a good goal. This guy's not only got some sandpaper in his game, he's got some Genos in his satchel.
Take that!
We knew when they signed him that he would upset some apple carts. That's what he did last night.
It's interesting they signed him, and then Montgomery ends up here, and he's a Monty guy from Dallas, but Montgomery wasn't here when they brought him in, and yet they are reunited. Now you got to do it again. Because if you don't, Tim, it's a 4-point game the other way. And Montgomery pointed that out. He said they were the team that played Monday night. They were going to come in a little tired. He said they're going to bring it on Thursday. They'll probably spend today. What do you think, Doug? Maybe over at
Fast Eddie's. Probably.
Fast Eddie's. That's a good,
that's where they'll be?
Yeah, I would think.
Rich Gould called the shrimp there the candy of the sea.
I've never had the shrimp there.
Well, why don't we go and hang out with the Flames?
Well, it's a long way up there.
Doesn't matter.
It's a good time. It
Me,
is
you,
fun.
and Kadri.
Okay. All right, we can take a bus.
Grant's Farm, they may be over there today looking for Supon, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I talked to him a couple years ago, and he was in town, and he said they were going to go to Grant's Farm. It's really like a thing for him and his kids.
Jeff Supon?
Yeah, he loved Grant's Farm.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
it's
we
a
all
fun
enjoy a
place.
petting zoo.
So the bottom line is, Tim, yeah, it'll be a tougher game Thursday, but way to go, Note. Way to go, Tigers.
Are we getting shrimp or what?
Way to go, Illini.
Candy of the Sea. Yeah, ILL. Topic for this first segment. Debating the topic for the first segment. This show is becoming the St. Louis version of Seinfeld, and I'm here for it. That's from Jackson's Man Bun.
Okay.
That's a new...
Coach, what goes through your mind when you see the ball actually go through the hoop there?
Well, I knew it was good.
Yeah, that's why they have the nets.
Yep, you're not going to get that kind of stuff just anywhere around the country. Jackson, we've got some thoughts from the Blues head coach on last night's festivities.
Okay.
And in particular, the need for that win and the way the Blues came out. I mean, a goal in the first minute, and then the boys were blocking shots left and right in the final 90 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was really good. I thought guys sacrificed, and I thought our sticks defensively were good all night. On the penalty kill, 5-on-5 in the D zone. And I just liked the way we were able to win a 2-1 game, a low-scoring game, because we had to play hard.
Okay, kind of an abrupt edit there at the end. I guess
felt
it was
like
okay.
there was more, I do think.
Yeah,
Jackson, did you feel like that was that number one? Was that your handiwork?
I approved it, and I put it in the folder.
Did you edit it?
Did I edit it?
No.
I amplified it.
Why can't we get these are yes or no questions?
Because Good Morning Grant does a great job cutting all that stuff up, and I'm not going to throw him under the bus because
No.
Doug didn't like his edit.
Well, it was okay.
It's like trying to please Meryl Streep in Devil Wears Prada.
What a reference, Doug. What a picture. It'll be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. The delightful Anne Hathaway,
Okay.
Meryl Streep, and of course Stanley Tucci, who Jackson has some kind of fascination with. I don't want to say you're attracted to him, but you're really into him.
I think it's safe to say that he is one of the most important bald men of the 21st century.
Wow, I think
What
that's
in the world?
Yeah.
What kind of list is that?
The most important bald man. Who's the most important bald man in the world right now?
Jeff...
Tim?
Bezos?
Right there. Yeah. I mean, can you point out a better one?
Yo.
Him or Tucci?
Yeah.
The most
then
important.
Tucci, then Bezos.
The key is like bald and proud, because there's a lot of guys who are bald and not.
Joe Rogan? Vin Diesel?
Dana White.
Is
yeah.
Putin bald?
Bill Self.
Thinning?
Why'd you ask me that?
Well, I
Well,
figured
because
you
he
might
knows
know.
your ties to the...
Yeah, he's important. He's a horrible guy, but he's still important.
I can't tell you. I don't know.
Mizzou's the lead, not the Blues.
Oh.
That's from Doug's work husband. So your work husband, you guys talk about this
I
last
don't have a work husband. No, this is you got co-leads today. You got two. You can't go wrong with either one.
And that's a shot at Illinois.
Is that why Pondov's coming in? He's mad as hell that we're not talking Illini.
He is furious.
94 points at Assembly Hall, Doug. How long do you think that building's been around? Indiana's home court.
Geez, as long as I can remember, so probably 50 years, maybe?
1971, close. Yeah, That's the most points an opponent has scored in regulation.
Really? I wouldn't have thought
against
that.
the Hoosiers. Isn't that unbelievable? Isn't that
That
surprising?
is a stunning statistic to me when you think about how long that building's been around. That
60
really is surprising to me.
60 points at half. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's, you could be shooting wide open shots and not score 60 at half.
I'm curious on your analysis. Number one, did you go outside and scream when the clock hit zeros last night in Gainesville?
No, I have neighbors. That game ended so late that I wouldn't do that to people.
Yeah.
No, but I was.
So what were you doing? Were you fist pumping like Tiger at Torrey Pines? What were you doing?
When Mark Mitchell went up for his 2 free throws that he nailed, thank God, towards about 30 seconds left in the game, I was on hands and knees in front of my television.
You were? You on all
boy.
fours?
They've been bricking free
This
throws
guy
like it
was
was their
presenting
job.
himself.
How does that
Essentially.
help to be on all fours?
It's easier to get into the fetal position when agony strikes.
Why don't you live stream? People would watch that.
I've done
I
it
would
before.
absolutely watch that.
I've done it before. That would be a long live stream last night. Boy, howdy. Goodness gracious.
You weren't happy with the pace of the game.
I wasn't happy with anything.
A lot of
They
reviews.
beat the number 5 team in the country.
That was the only thing I was pleased with.
Well, that's a big
I
one.
didn't love the broadcast. I certainly didn't love the officiating. Yeah, I didn't think. Yeah, it was tough. It was, if you aren't like a big basketball fan, or certainly a big Mizzou basketball fan, I can understand why you would turn that game off at certain points.
Well, luckily you didn't have to watch the first 20 minutes if you're sitting at work with ESPNU on the TV. Can we figure out the 8 o'clock start? It's not going to start. Let's just say 8:15. Just make, if it's for TV, back to back, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. How about 8:15 for a tip? Doug,
Sure,
does that
that's
bother
fine.
you?
No, that's fine.
It was 17-14 Missouri when the game started for me.
Jackson, 100% Jackson wants Stanley Tucci to rub him down with olive oil while he watches a Wes Anderson movie. That's from Mr. Licks. Is that something that you're interested in?
Extra virgin olive oil?
The only type of olive oil. And
Maybe the Life Aquatic?
yeah, that'd be fun. I love a little Bill Murray. No, I wouldn't want that. I'd love to talk it over with Stanley Tucci. Have him make
While
me,
he massages you?
No, you know, maybe we do some cooking, hang out.
What would you talk about?
The modern man.
Oh.
His relationship with his wife, who's Emily Blunt's sister, Felicity Blunt.
Did you know that, Doug? And of course,
No.
he co-starred with Emily Blunt in The Devil Wears Prada the second time we've brought it up in the first segment.
And Meryl
of the
Streep wasn't
program.
happy? She couldn't be satisfied?
She was a
That's all.
witch.
That's all. I like
That's
that.
all.
I like that. I'm a big fan of that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. And you are welcome to get involved. That Chairman Kurt is standing by to take your calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's 314-974-0101. These phone lines, Doug, you used to say they were poison when we were on the big time HD2. I hope that doesn't come off as a humble brag. But now that we're on HD1, are you starting to become a fan of the phone lines?
Yes.
Yes.
Better calls. A little older, more mature listening audience, perhaps.
Randy, mature? Yeah.
Well, a little older anyway.
Chairman Kurt, you had an Instagram post yesterday. That was your work, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of Randy's call into the program. Martin,
Randy
you were
had
doing
to
some
make
wonderful
appearance.
cross-examination of that call.
I was concerned about his inebriation at that hour. I was just doing a little detective work on the air, Doug.
Okay.
I had my eyes on the news and traffic reports yesterday afternoon and evening, just making sure.
Making sure that there wasn't any issue. Yeah, you can see that on the TMA_STL Instagram account. And I guess I am a collaborator. You can be a collaborator. Do you do that with everybody or just me?
Mostly just you. If Martin's not on Instagram, I don't believe. Doug doesn't necessarily know how to work Instagram, I don't believe.
I just don't check it like I should.
I throw Jackson a bone every now and then.
All right. So you can see it. Timothy Michael McKernan's my Instagram account. Not really. It's not a GIF depot like my Twitter account, where I just retweet the lady from LSU dancing at the White House.
Amongst, some other quality gifts.
Yeah, thank you very much. But you can check out Randy's call yesterday into the program. Text into this program also. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox, which is very active this morning. 314-399-9646. And watch the program and talk it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Mentality is a longtime sponsor of TMA. If you're feeling fatigued and tired all the time, that can be low testosterone. Just like putting on belly fat, may want to get checked out at Mentality, a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. They also offer FDA-approved testosterone therapy combined with semaglutide to target fat while maintaining muscle. It's Mentality. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's new year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. TMA, it's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Get involved on the program. Doug, what do you rank as the best ways to get involved on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL?
Probably listen. Does that count as being involved?
Well, that's passive.
Okay.
If you want somebody to get involved, be active. Do you like the text inbox? Do you like the phone lines? Do you like the emails?
Let's put it in the parking lot and just holding up signs for the parking lot. We can
like
see you.
John Cusick and say everything, and that was with Peter Gabriel's "In Your Eyes." I'm going to say 87 to get me 86 and 88.
Too high.
You think so? You think it was earlier than that?
No, I'm taking it back. Sure thing was 85.
Chairman Kurt.
86.
I got it.
Don't ever question him, Martin.
Well, I said too high, which actually I doubted how high it was.
I think we were both right.
You were in the ballpark.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can get involved by texting into the Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Arbor Day, to me, automatically gets read. Once you've won the Texter of the Year, back-to-back years, you have that kind of, you like the term gravitas, Doug?
I don't mind it, I guess.
It says Mizzou's a real odd team. They can seemingly score large amounts of points, but appear to have absolutely no offensive system. Happy for Jackson, though. That's from Arbor Day. Jackson, how do you feel about that?
I think they're a team that absolutely wants to score in transition more than they want to in the half court. They have developed a little bit more of a, it's a lot of high ball screens, but yeah, they don't have like a great offensive set. Like when you watch SLU play, you'll notice like it's a pretty well orchestrated offense. But Mizzou does a really good job of not standing around when the ball gets into the lane. Like they do a lot of cutting, they do a lot of active offensive rebounding.
Pick and roll.
They won the rebounding battle last night against Florida, who's the best rebounding team in the country. That's just right there. That's a huge check mark. So I get where he's coming from, but I think it's a little more nuanced than that.
There's probably a lot of teams that could say that about themselves since the game is so reliant on threes nowadays. If you're hot, you score a lot of points, and if you're not, you look horrible.
I mean, Missouri in the first half from three.
Yeah, on fire. Caleb Grill that was heat check city. That was.
Doug, did you like that?
Again, heat check city.
Touch the ball, shoot it. Like he was on fire. Okay. That was awesome.
He shot 60% from 3-point range.
Right, 6 out of 10.
What was your percentage at halftime though that you thought, Florida will make a run? It always happens.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. I knew a run was coming. I
did see the Colonel get worked up on Power Mizzou on Twitter. Somebody said, "Here it comes, second half meltdown," and I could hear his voice saying as it's tweeted out, they're playing the number 5 team in the country on their home floor. You don't think they're going to make a run? I could just see the Colonel like seething via tweet. But they held on. They got it done.
Yeah. And Dennis Gates, Doug, similar to Notre Dame with Marcus Freeman, getting the win against Penn State on his birthday or his birthday eve, and he left the facility on his birthday, turning 39. Dennis Gates celebrated his birthday last night in Gainesville with one of the bigger wins of his tenure at Missouri.
Yeah.
Take a listen.
Oh, hit the leader.
Outstanding job from the beginning to the end, right? We talked about playing with our what? Instincts. Play with your damn instincts. Instincts won a game. T.O. Barry. Last but not least, thank you for the birthday gift. Kill on 3.
I couldn't understand a lot of that, but boy, it sounded like they were having fun.
Roadkill.
Instincts, I caught that.
Yeah.
Play with your instincts.
They were doing the gator chomp to the crowd.
Were they really?
Yeah, that's much like the blue field at Boise State. Beating Florida and doing the chomp is a little played out.
What about horns down?
Still love it.
Interesting.
That's a little newer. The horns down's I feel a little newer. Maybe you guys have been watching.
Yeah, horns down is to the point that it's like legislated by the SEC.
That's what makes it better. Like if they were to outlaw teams doing the gator chomp against Florida, then it would become way cooler. But the fact that they outlaw the horns down. But yeah, the Anthony Robinson.
Jackson likes rebels. Watch this, Doug. Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
Okay.
Breaking the law.
Judas Priest.
Nice.
1979.
Anything before 1982, I just can't speak infallibly on. But other than that, I'm pretty infallible. Okay.
That was the worst officiated game I've ever seen. In recent memory, I shouldn't say ever. Not just for Mizzou. Like, I didn't think it was totally one-sided. I just thought it was totally mishandled. Like, they've lost it completely. They were review every 20 seconds. There was a review.
You have some audio on who's making that observation, because he wasn't saying this was just the Missouri-Florida game. It's SEC games across the board.
This is Matt Norlander of CBS Sports.
Doug, Matt Norlander.
Okay, Norsey.
The game took too long. There were too many monitor reviews. This is the best league in college basketball. But over the past 7 to 10 days, there have been a number of games that have been easily cruising past the 2-hour and 20-minute mark in the SEC. The league office and the officials, they got to get together and try and do something about this, because you don't want to look up in a month and have the conversation about the best conference in college basketball being marred by regularly having games that don't go to overtime, taking well over the 2 hours. It's starting to develop. Hopefully it's just a blip and not a pattern that develops into February.
Okay.
You share that opinion, right?
100%.
I thought it was brutal as well. And I don't know, maybe it's because I have a preference for college football over college basketball, so I need to acknowledge that on the front end of the conversation. But there's just not a time when I'm watching a college football game that would have the same kind of impact. Like Martin said, Missouri-Florida, you can make a case for it being the lead this morning in St. Louis sports because they beat the number 5 team in the country, but you can certainly make a case for the Blues beating the Flames and the importance of that game for the Blues, where I'm watching a college football game and going, oh my God, this is dragging out. It's the amount of time to get from 5 minutes left in the game to the actual conclusion of the game. I'd be curious what the actual real-time minutes were.
It might approach 45.
I mean, that's. I was going to say 25. So for you to say 45.
Well, yeah, like when Tony Perkins got ejected for a flagrant 2 when a guy just fell and they didn't call anything on the floor, but yet reviewed it. That was like with like 8 or 9 minutes
like
to
that
go.
Was a little grievance in the officiating right there. I don't know if you caught it.
Yeah, I mean, you have
call
to
them both ways, Zebra.
No, you have to call a foul to review. You can't. You just can't just review whatever you want and then review Josh Gray goaltend and call it a 2-point foul. A referee review the play. To my understanding, when the guy tried to dunk it, and his review of it was this a 3-point shot? Not was it goaltending? Because they didn't call goaltending on the floor, therefore they can't review it. But when they call offensive foul, regardless. All right.
Gosh, this guy's hot.
Yeah, this guy. Celebrating a win over a top 5 team on the road with pure anger.
A lot of grievances for a day after a big Mizzou win.
What would have happened if Missouri would have lost?
Oh my God!
Did you go full rammer? Were you screaming, "This is the worst officiating I've ever seen since the last game"?
I was commiserating with my father and brother during the game, as we often do.
Did Jeff Burkett agree with you?
Oh my God!
Milagro Tequila Lister of the month for January, Jeff Burkett.
He would have been sporting a technical foul much earlier in that game, 100%.
Jackson, how about Grill's 3 that looked like it might have been a 2 that they didn't review? That's just don't press push.
Yeah, well, they
got a break there, and that was the difference in the game, 1 point.
That's what Gator fans are saying. 83-82, and the point that Missouri got is the difference in the game for Grill's right foot being on the line on that 3.
You can play that game, but Mizzou's definitely not letting them take a wide open 3.
That's right.
4
but what
points.
do you think? Do you think his foot was on the line?
100%. Yeah. But they had the opportunity to review it. They reviewed everything else, and the only thing they didn't review was a major point in the game.
Doug, the numbers: 50 free throws, 8 reviews.
Okay.
Settle in.
I think officiating college basketball is probably the hardest sport of them all to officiate.
Agreed. And that's
probably the most difficult
thing
to do.
Let them play. Like, when in doubt, let them play. It's so brutal when you never get consecutive minutes of basketball played. When it's just 30 seconds foul, 30 seconds foul, 30 seconds. It ruins the rhythm of the game. It hurts the entertainment value. When in doubt, let them play.
Yeah. When in doubt, but also you can't let it be a football game, and it turns into that.
Yeah,
if you don't call it, game. The players never stop tackling
They'll
each
be as
other.
physical as you let them. And so you have to draw the line somewhere, but it's just when it's every 30 seconds, and then going to the monitor to look at every time, it's just really brutal. It really is. 2 hours and 40 minutes is far too long for a college basketball.
It's become a crutch for the officials. They just kind of wait. Well, we'll just go take a look. Well, there ought to be a limited number of times that they can actually go to the monitor and check.
You can get involved in the program also by emailing in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We're giving away winter warm-up passes for you and your family for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is the sponsor. Martin, me, you, and Doug are clients. What's your experience with the great Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Well, I love dealing with Design Air because when the furnace acts up, there's a lot of things you can do at home. I think Doug's pretty handy. Put on a tool belt. There's a lot of things you can mess with.
He's a meat and potatoes guy. Jackson describes him as folksy.
Yeah,
The
that's what I am,
folksiest.
especially when I fix my own furnace.
No. The point is, there's one thing you're not going to mess with. You get that hammer belt on there, Doug, and run around the house fixing everything in sight. But when it's the furnace, you need the pros, and that's the great thing about Design Air. You know they know what they're doing because it's going back to 1904. Longest running TMA supporter on top of that. Not only been around this show a long time, but around St. Louis for a long time. 4th generation. We love supporting St. Louis businesses that have been here for a long time. That's what Seth Goldcamp and the family are all about. And when those technicians are in your home, they'll get the furnace fixed, get you back up and running. It's serious business right now. So if you're having any issues, a lot of times it'll play out. You just hit the thermostat. You let's say you put it at 72, but at the house, it's only 65. Something's not right. Get the pros at Design Air to come out. You can get online, set up that appointment, let them know you're listening to TMA. It's designairservice.com. Real simple for all your heating and then eventually your cooling needs. Just keep it in mind. Design Air, heating and cooling.
Doug, the forecast, brutal. The temperature this morning in the St. Louis metropolitan area, for those of you who have not been out yet but are listening at home, 8 degrees. We will get up to 22 at 12 p.m. now.
Okay.
Hopefully on Friday, the snow will start to melt. 45 degrees on Friday, 38 degrees tomorrow. And 39 with some rain, but it could be frozen precipitation depending on when the rain comes through. High of 39 on Saturday. And then next week we don't get out of the 30s. So this is what we got. If the heater isn't working, brother, designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp, Design Air, Heating, and Cooling. Jackson, I'm curious, on Illinois, winning 94-69, Martin gave that fun fact for no one tell, which really is a surprising statistic, that's the most a road team has scored at Assembly Hall in its history. That's correct. That's what it is since 1971.
And there's another nugget that goes along with it that I'll share with you momentarily.
But Illinois, when they're winning like a championship team does. This isn't to take a shot at all at Missouri. I'm a Missouri fan. But I'm just making the observation that I wasn't thinking that way on Illinois when they were playing Missouri a few weeks ago. But what they've done since, and I realized the USC game this past Saturday was an odd misstep, but they are beating some good teams and have been beating them handily. I realize Indiana's situation's a mess, and they are not happy in Bloomington with that situation, and people are walking out. But to win at Oregon, 109-77, to beat Penn State by nearly 40 points.
Without KJ, without their best player.
Right, and then to win last night by 25 at Bloomington. I mean, that's what usually, it's not across the board, but usually teams that have the ability to win a championship do.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, Illinois is as for real as I thought that watching them play Missouri. I was like...
Is that right, really?
Yeah, Missouri, obviously that game was tight, up and down, but I was like, Missouri is kind of fortunate to be in this game because I think I think that KJ guy is an absolute pro. He's a stud. I would say his full name, but I can't pronounce it, and I don't think that would be right.
Take a shot at it?
Kasparis.
I can get that.
Yakashonis.
KJ. You say it once on TV, then the rest of the way you just say KJ.
It took me like 2 years to get Giannis's name right, so I just gotta give me some time. But they are sick. Like, they are really well coached. Brad Underwood is an outstanding basketball coach, and if you have him at the helm with the talent they have, sky is the limit. I'm really curious to see what they look like on Saturday against Michigan State.
Well, they went to the Elite Eight and then completely reloaded. You know, I think there's one kid back. The Twitter handle is Illini Stats and Notes, and it said the Illini's 94 points scored at Assembly Hall are the most in regulation by an opponent at this facility. I think Penn State scored more, but it was in triple overtime. Also, the 25-point margin of victory, second largest by an opponent in the history of Assembly Hall. That was significant for what ILL did last night.
60 points in the first half alone.
Yeah, that's like NBA in the 80s numbers. And by the way, you may recall from the bragging rights game, Illinois did miss a free throw until the very last free throw. Illinois last night, 88.5% from the line. Missouri, 62% from the line. Florida, 67% from the line. And there were indeed 60 free throws, actually, last night. I mean, there wasn't 50, 60 free throws last night.
And they outscored Indiana in what I call the paint. I don't know if you guys get that.
Martin, do you follow that?
I call it the
hate when
paint.
Doug goes over our head.
Yeah.
Right.
Just
He goes
because
into
you
the
were
weeds.
Yeah.
I mean, you were the Wizard of Crestwood. We get it, pal. You know your hoop.
I won't try to explain it because it gets too much into the weeds. But Illinois outscored Indiana in the paint 24-14.
I sometimes like to call it the painted area.
When you get a lot of those easy baskets, you almost always win.
Bunnies.
Bunnies.
You like that term, bunnies?
Well, I'm okay with it. I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. You're always welcome to call into the program, 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And you are also welcome anytime to podcast, whether that be live streaming on the TMA app, which is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, or going back and podcasting like the Dickens. Subscribe to the TMA feed and subscribe to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA-STL. Jasper Lamar Crab says Jackson loves chirping zebras, and Frank Haith. Those would be the two pillars. That's from Jasper Lamar Crab. Tiny Peepee, Stephen Mack, and John N. are all in the YouTube chat talking with each other. And you can join in. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. 225 people in there just getting to know each other, becoming good friends.
All right.
What's wrong with that? It's a community.
It's fine. It's a nice little
Tim,
community.
can I argue that, well, let's tease it. We may have buried the actual lead today.
Wow. Doug, Martin's getting better at teasing. We're all going to teasing camp.
What's the subject
And I think it's
matter?
painful. Well, we're not going to tell you because that's the tease.
Doug, you have failed the art of teasing.
The subject matter.
We'll come back and we'll find out what the real lead was. That comes your way next. This is TMA 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. It's all presented to you by Brown and Crouppen in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues defeat the Flames last night 2-1. Your final score for the note. Off tonight for the Blues. They will take it on the Calgary Flames tomorrow night. Pregame at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA's 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Live stream 101 ESPN on the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app. Download it. And, of course, you can watch the show and participate in the chat if you want to. You know, you can just hang out. You don't have to chat. But you get a chance to talk to guys like Tiny Peepee and Ricky Summers and Big Blonde Dan and John N. and Stag. I mean, that's kind of an exciting thing, I think.
It really is. To talk to Big Dan, Blonde Dan, the raw-boned Swede.
Yes, indeed.
Is there a Big Red Dan?
It could be.
Somebody can be Big Red Dan. 236 people in the YouTube chat right now talking it over. Martin, you said that there is a lead that we buried. I mean, you have the Blues. Jamie Rivers going to be with us for the 8:15 Blues interview here on 101 ESPN. Winning last night, like a playoff game kind of atmosphere and with the standings. Missouri winning at number 5 Florida. Illinois setting records at Assembly Hall for points scored on the road against the Hoosiers. Billikens and our co-host Josh Schertz losing at VCU, but you say there's something bigger than that?
Yeah, I think you're going to agree. Yesterday afternoon, producer of the show, his job is to aggregate content and find topical guests.
Amen. Amen.
He saw John Mozeliak at the grocery store.
For an interview?
And just ran into him and didn't ask him to come on to the show. Didn't go up and speak to him.
Unbelievable.
And furthermore, didn't turn it into a bit. You want to fill up the text inbox? Hey, I saw John Mozeliak at the grocery store. What was he doing? ... So Jackson, we had a couple of funny little sarcastic responses. Texted me back this morning at like 6 a.m. I always send him a awake emoji.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
I'm his little wake-up call.
Sometimes it's just a little cigarette. Today was a Christmas tree because I thought for you it's Christmas with Mizzou.
100%.
And he writes back, Mozeliak was in the produce department buying low-hanging fruit. And I thought, but it was 12, 14 hours later. I said, oh, wait, didn't we have this theme going earlier?
I thought like 100. but it was meta because it was also a low-hanging fruit joke.
Oh. But greatly disappointed that you didn't go up and you should have talked to him.
Hey, I'm Jackson Burkett. I'm sure you're a big fan of the program. It's just a pleasure to meet you.
And I get that. I wasn't like, it was me passing him while he was walking into said grocery store. It wasn't like
you feel like he had to say said right there?
He doesn't want to tell you. It was Aldi's. They're saving a few bucks these days. The Cardinals are slashing.
Well, it wasn't like we were both like reaching for the same chunky salsa at the same time. Like he
Carpenter.
You know, he was walking in, I was walking out, and I looked out of the corner of my eye. I look up, I go, oh my God, there's Jamal Mayers. I was like, this is crazy.
Don't you know he gets that everywhere he goes? He can't go anywhere in this town without somebody having a snide remark for him.
What percentage of Cardinal fans do you think on site would know who Jamal Mayers is?
Cardinal fans?
Cardinal fans?
85,
well, I'm talking
90?
like I'm not talking about like guys who are like, you know, like have like burner accounts and stuff, like just like people who go to Cardinal games.
Still really high.
One of the 3 million who go every year.
I mean,
most for sure.
I mean,
I think most.
Yes.
Hell yeah! I think close to 3 million.
I think he's the face of the franchise more than any player.
I think but would recognize him when they see him.
Recognize John Mozeliak more than Mason Wynn.
Yeah,
100%.
He's on TV a lot more.
Wow.
More than Ali Marmol.
100%.
He's been with the organization since the late 90s, before you were born.
For sure. Oh, I have no doubts about that. I don't know if people like right off the bat would know who
he also has a little bit of a distinct look.
I was about to say that as well.
So he's very recognizable in addition to the fact you've seen him on TV. I think you should have gone up to him and said, hey, Mo, how you doing? I work with Martin and Tim. Oh, sorry to hear.
That's exactly what he would have said.
But then that means I would double back. I would drop my groceries off in the car and then go search them out. But I'd have to do it inconspicuously. I have to grab another basket. Now we're spending more money. I'm going to have to fill up my car with nonsense. I have frozen bananas in the car. Gotta get those on ice. It was rush hour.
Frozen.
So the frozen bananas cost us a relevant guest. That's what you're saying.
Shot at Jamie Rivers coming up here in a moment.
It feels kind of like it's out of bounds, though, doesn't it? For a guy to just go to the grocery store and you're going to hit him up for interview requests there?
I didn't. I'm trying to represent not only us, but the station at large well, and I think the hearty nod that was kind of given.
A hearty nod?
Hearty nod, Martin?
It was a full chin to chest nod. It wasn't like a up, like what up, dog? It was more like a down, like affirmative nod.
Respectful.
I
know who you are, but I'm going to leave you alone.
I also was wearing a Cardinal hat, so maybe that's why he nodded at me.
Oh.
This had to be in Clayton or Ladue or somewhere.
I won't.
Yeah, a lot of people think this was at Straub's.
No doxing. I'm not going to say which grocery store, even the location.
What was he wearing?
Oh, he's well dressed. Wool coat.
Scarf?
Scarf, I think, is live.
This time of year?
I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think so.
I think a scarf is totally on point in considering the conditions, Doug. Frigid conditions in the metropolitan area.
Great pair of chinos.
Do you have earbuds
Military
in?
green. What's up?
Earbuds in?
No. He was raw dogging it. He was walking around.
Raw dogging it?
That's what the kids have. For those, that's what the kids call like when you go on an airplane. You don't bring a book or a movie or AirPods. You just sit there like David Puddy in Seinfeld.
Nice try, pasty skin. Stop with the engagement farming. That's Nathan from the east side of Alton.
My eyes didn't deceive me, brother. I saw what I saw.
Clip that off.
I think he might text him. I think he's probably the most recognizable sports figure in all of St. Louis right now.
I'm going to disagree personally.
Well, who would you rate ahead of him?
Binner. I'd say Binner.
I don't know. He's the guy I think a lot of people wouldn't recognize if they saw him on the street. He's always got a mask on.
Well, now we're on the same page with my helmet theory.
Yeah.
Well, the helmet
We
theory
just
is
stumbled
correct.
into the same opinion as Doug, even though you started on the other side.
Well, I think Binner, I think more people know players than they do management.
$100 says it was at Whole Foods. They're the only store I know of that sells frozen bananas. That's Sharon and Clayton.
No, you're tripping. They sell frozen bananas all over the place. Chocolate covered. What a wonderful treat. No free ads, but delicious.
I'd like to give you a hearty nod.
Yeah, that's what it was. I would describe it as a hearty nod.
Guys, does Neiman Marcus now have a grocery store? That's from Milagro Tequila, Texture of the year 2023, 2024. Doug, the name is Arbor Day. What a wonderful holiday it is.
I like trees.
Tim is the most recognizable sports person in St. Louis. Doug, that's the Warson Woods Wacko.
Well, that was a bit of a lemming play. I say it's Mozeliak.
Obviously, aristocrat Libby Jack was picking up some Straub's chicken salad and gave that affirmative nod like a simp. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins, and he's on his tricycle out in the parking lot.
There was nothing aristocratic about my dalliance at the grocery store. It was just simply...
What about just the use of the word dalliance at the grocery store?
Yeah.
That was
that's the old, that's the two sides of the coin.
Is he the most famous person you've ever seen while grocery shopping?
Nice
while
question.
grocery shopping.
That's a really nice question.
That's a good one. I would have to think so. Not the most famous person I've ever seen, but
Who's the most famous person you've ever seen?
Hove, Jay-Z.
Like in public or just like seeing him in concert?
Right next to me at the last Rams game I ever went to, Rams-Lions. He was watching his new client, Todd Gurley.
Yeah.
And he was in the suite next to us. They started playing public service announcement, and then the spotlight went on him, and it was right next to us.
What do you do? A hearty nod?
He had like 8 security guys blocking him at all times.
Oh, gosh.
It's the greatest TMZ video. They get all that footage from random people on the street. Usually it's at the LAX pickup line. Jay-Z's walking in the streets of New York, and some goober, like one of us, has got his cell phone rolling. He's like, it's Jay-Z, Jay-Z. And he gets like really close, and Jay-Z's walking and goes, you know better. And the video just starts to scale backwards. The guy's clearly backpedaling, and that's all it took.
How about this? Good morning, boys. This is John. I am listening this morning since I have some free time after working so hard this offseason constructing the team. Anyhow, great to see you, Jackson. Hit me up for an interview next time, and I can give you an in-depth 3-second review of my offseason moves. Doug, that makes me think it wasn't the Cardinal president of baseball, and also it's a 5-7-3.
I wouldn't think it was.
Good morning.
There he is right there.
What if he said he enjoyed the segment on bullish on 32 in the World Series? I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious to see what he thought.
I saw Gersh buying a package of Zingers at the discount bakery outlet. That's from the new Bowl eligible.
No, he was doing
the vice president special project.
I imagine that he goes to the grocery store just like, I really hope I don't get pulled over by some guy who's going to berate me or ask questions about the offseason.
Do you think people walk up to him and like give him a piece of their mind like they're on the Twitter tweets?
I bet it has absolutely happened like double-digit times. And I bet it's the most uncomfortable human interaction can get.
Small percentage of people do that. He will tell you largely when people see him because they're pleasant. They're nice.
Sure, I think that's the case for almost any interaction, but you're going to remember the ones that are brutal.
Maybe.
And that would be brutal. Oh, my God.
St. Louisans tend to be pretty polite to people. They do. I don't know if it's a Midwestern thing. I don't know if he'd get the same treatment in Philadelphia or New York or Boston. But here, people are generally, even Doug Armstrong said that when he was here. People are polite here.
I don't doubt that.
What about you, Jackie? When people recognize you in public, do they berate you?
No, never.
Okay.
Never. So they ask some interesting questions. You're like, if you didn't know better, you'd be like, why'd that person ask you about that? But that just comes with the territory, and happy to have it.
Guys, I saw Kurt Warner buying generic toilet paper after his big Rams contract. I said, Kurt, I think you can afford Charmin now. That's from Martin's Dangly Bits.
Nice.
John Daly is a guarantee at the Westport Hooters every Champions Tour event. That's from the 314. I could see that.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Did you see John Daly had emergency surgery yesterday? There's a shot of him, and he doesn't look like the picture of health. Yeah. And I was a little worried, and I clicked on it. It was something with his hand. And then he tweeted out a picture of him sitting in bed. He's going to be okay.
Your most famous sighting in the wild. In the wild. Not like, I saw so-and-so perform, or I saw so-and-so speak, or you saw me, at the Girl Next Door at the year party in 2007. That's
just a random sighting.
Random sighting. Texted in 314-399-9646. This is fresh off of Jackson's encounter with John Mozeliak, in which he gave a hearty nod.
Yeah, it was mutual.
Mutual hearty nod. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL and talk it over with other TMA listeners. Our cameras for the YouTube brought to you by the Air Alliance team. And the program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess St. Louis Acura, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. StLouisAcura.com and AltonToyota.com. 314-252-0029. That is the number they set up for our listeners to call or text if you're in the market for a new car. If you're in the market for a pre-owned car, work with StLouisAcura.com or AltonToyota.com, and you're working with Peter Munganest and Jamie Burkhardt. We are fans of theirs, and we are grateful for their support. Sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour, it's Munganest St. Louis Acura, Munganest Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Online at StLouisAcura.com and online at AltonToyota.com. And if you would like, call or text 314-252-0029. They set that number up specifically for our listeners. Well, on one of the televisions here in the 101 ESPN studio is the Blues and the Flames. And truly, it was like a playoff game last night. And to give us his perspective, he was on the call last night of the festivities. Ladies and gentlemen, every Wednesday he joins us. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Jamie Rivers. Morning, Jamie.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Wonderful. How are you doing?
I'm good, buddy. I'm good. Big win last night, and you got to like that. So I'm doing good.
Yeah, that one was, I was listening to the post game both with Jim Montgomery and they had Fox and Parayko talking as well. And it truly is, even though there are a number of games left, that one had a playoff feel to it, in addition to the fact that, like the playoffs, you're going to see the Flames once again. But it was a huge game for the Blues. What did you see that you liked from the boys last night?
I liked the full 60-minute effort. It was a tight checking game, close game. There wasn't a lot of goals scored. There weren't a lot of mistakes made by each team throughout the game. There were special teams that happened, and they didn't end up being a factor in the game as far as power plays are concerned. But your penalty kill for the Blues was outstanding last night. You had 2 penalties that you had. You gave up 0 shots in total on their Flames power play, which is outstanding. Jordan Binnington was solid. I love the fact that he was basically nullifying their forecheck in the first couple of periods where they were dumping the puck in, and every time they dumped the puck in, he was out stopping the puck, passing to the defenseman. The Flames couldn't get any established zone time. It was just, to me, it was a start to finish, like a just all business for the Blues. And what I liked about it is this team, because every game they're growing, they're learning, they're getting better, especially some of the young players. They learned last night that when they stick to it and they just do what they're supposed to do, they can win a game, a close game, a 1-goal game, a playoff-style game. And that's important because some of these guys have never played an NHL playoff game. You look at some of the young guys, they just haven't had that opportunity yet. And so playing games like last night, it's a great teaching moment if you're Jim Montgomery and the coaching staff to go back to that game and tell them, remember that game in January against Calgary, that's what this is like. And I really like the effort.
I would imagine it'd be easy to have a little bit more intensity in a game like that when you're playing a team right above you in the standings. Games you really need to win. But I suppose being able to continue to play like that for a half a season has got to be a difficult thing because guys get tired and travel gets rough, and it's hard to get that juiced up for every game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but you got to suck it up, Doug. That's the bottom line. You don't have a team that is at the point yet where you're just going to have several nights where you can blow the team out that you're playing against. So this is the kind of hockey you're going to be stuck playing, and it is grueling. It's not easy, but it's also where you're at right now. You've put yourself in this position by just being a 500 team so far throughout the season, and now you're coming down the stretch. You have all of these games against the Western Conference teams that are coming up, and you need those victories. So, look, it's not an easy thing to do, but a lot of other teams are going through it too. If you look at the middle of the Western Conference, all those teams that are battling for that last wild card spot, they're all going to be in the same predicament. So if you're the Blues, you have to put your head down and go to work. That's the bottom line. Nobody gives a crap, that it's going to be tough for you or that you might get tuckered out here in 2 weeks. If you want to make the playoffs, if you truly want to make a difference in the Western Conference, you've got to put your work boots on and go to work every day, and that's just the bottom line.
Jamie, they put Jake on the top line, Neighbors, they flip him with Saad. How often during a season are they going to flip guys? I mean, do players prefer to have the same line mates, or do they kind of like when it gets mixed up?
Well, same line mates are fine for a while when things are clicking, but when they stop clicking, players welcome change. And, I'm sure that Brandon Saad didn't welcome change too much last night as he got, I'll say demoted, or we'll call it bumped down in the lineup, but that's just the way it is. When a line becomes stagnant or offense becomes dry, then you've got to change it up. And that's one thing I like about Jim Montgomery is he doesn't mess with the lines on a daily basis. He waits for a reason, a specific time, and then he'll make changes to the lineup. Whereas in the past, I think that there's been times where, especially early in this season, and I know Drew Bannister was trying to figure out this team, but for the first 3 weeks of the season, I felt like there was a different lineup every single night, and that's when it gets to be a lot. That's tough. When you have something new every single game, you have trouble finding chemistry. You have trouble finding continuity within your lineup and within your game as a player. So I don't mind that every now and then there's change. Change is good, but it has to be at the right time, and you have to make the change where you feel like the players that you're moving around actually make the difference. You're not just changing lines to change it and see if it makes, see if, oh boy, well, maybe this will work. No, Jim Montgomery seems to be very calculated with the changes that he makes to this lineup and on a nightly basis. And I'm okay with it. I think it's fine. I think that it's good for the players to know. And I think there's a certain amount of accountability that has now been established since Jim Montgomery's been here as the head coach. Is if you're not producing, you're not playing the way you're supposed to, then too bad. So sorry. You might find yourself, lower in the lineup or even out of the lineup. And I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I see Saad only got 8.5 minutes of ice time last night, and he'd had some impressive games offensively in the last couple of weeks or so, but he must be doing something that Montgomery's not crazy about.
Yeah, it's all about being consistent. And, you're not at a time right now as a St. Louis Blues player where you can take a night off, or I hate saying taking a night off because the players are out there, they're trying. It's just you're not in a position where you can have a bad game or not contribute. And when you got a player like Brandon Saad, you're pretty much a perennial 20-goal scorer, but you're not doing that right now, and you've got to be able to contribute, bottom line. And if Jim Montgomery thinks that somebody else can do a better job in that particular moment, that he's going to do it. And it's not always about the player, too. It's not always like we hyper-focus on, like, in this particular case, Brandon Saad, we hyper-focus on, what's he doing wrong? Well, maybe the chemistry, though, is just not good with Thomas and Buchnevich. Maybe it really has nothing to do with Brandon Saad. It could also have something to do with Robert Thomas and Pavel Buchnevich, too, being the types of players that don't maybe work well with a certain other player. And that player gets moved, and we focus on that, and we go, oh, man, Brandon Saad not playing very well, got demoted. But maybe it's Robert Thomas and Pavel Buchnevich that aren't playing as well either with a certain player. It's all about finding the right mix, the right chemistry, and I think that's the biggest challenge for a coaching staff throughout the season, especially when you have a team that's a 500-ish team. Sometimes you struggle to find exactly what the right group of players is, and it can change week to week. It can change. So I like the fact that Monty's not afraid to change things up, and I like the fact that the players, when they get moved around, are able to respond. They're able to play their game. It's not like a disruptive thing for this group.
Jamie, looking forward to it. Calgary, again, it is interesting, this Blues team. They seem to be more suited to rise up to the opponent if they've got a lesser, but doesn't it seem like they kind of play down when it's a team that they should roll over this group, and then they don't?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get it. I see what you're talking about. I just, I think this is what you get when you have a team that's on the retool, on the rebuild, whatever the heck we're calling it these days, is there's a reason they're a team that's in a retool is because they're not able to find their game consistently. And you look at some of the victories and you're like, oh, they rise up to the opponent and they lose to lesser teams. Go around the NHL, man. Every night a lesser team is beating a better team at some point. And, every team deals with it. But I do agree that right now with this particular setup, playing Calgary twice in 1 week, here on home ice for that matter, it adds a little juice to all of this. And if I'm Jim Montgomery, I want to see how my team performs. I want to see them in this little, we'll call it playoff type series against the Flames, especially with them being just ahead of you in the standings. This tells me a lot about the character of my team. So you won game one, and now if you come out and you crap the bed on Thursday, that tells you something about your team. If you play the way you did last night and then you play again the same way on Thursday and win again, that also tells you something about your team. So you're always evaluating your team during these types of things, especially when you're a team that has younger players and you're trying to evolve your game and all those things. These are great little markers for you throughout the season and all of the off season following, this summer coming up. It'll be able to tell you a little something about who you have on your team and, what they bring to the table.
It's a critical stretch, and it's fun to have this kind of setup in the middle of January with games really having this kind of impact. And a young team, as you mentioned earlier, Jamie, to get a test of playoff-like hockey. And we'll get a chance to see how they perform tomorrow night if they can put it back-to-back against the Flames and close the gap even more. Jamie Rivers every day from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. here on the Fast Lane and on the FanDuel Sports Network broadcast of the Blues. Jamie, always appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much.
All right, boys. Thanks a lot. Have a great one.
You too. That's Jamie Rivers with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Collier and Thompson, Doug, friends of the program, longtime sponsor of the program, and Bob and Carolyn out there.
Sure, I've been out there many times, and I think you should go out there too. This is the kind of time of year where you're spending a lot of time in your house, and you ought to take a look around and see if maybe it's time to update, maybe renovate. You're sitting in that kitchen that nobody's touched since the 1990s, and it's time to get going. And Collier and Thompson is the place to go. They don't just do kitchens and bathrooms. They also do basements and wine rooms and man caves and bars and accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices, you name it. And they do it, and they do it all right there in-house. They've got their own people. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who can back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands by every job that they do. During the process, they are always available to you to answer your questions, make any changes you need. The Collier and Thompson team really cares about the work that they produce, and it's not just a job for them. They take pride in the work that they do. Collier and Thompson's core values are summed up by doing the right thing. May cost them a little extra time and dollars on their end, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. All their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. Not going to be the cheapest place in town, not going to be the most expensive. I'm telling you, they're right there in the sweet spot where you're going to get it done by absolute professionals, and your home will look like a show place. You ought to go to their website, check out some of the before and after pics, and see some of the incredible work that they have done. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They've won a Torch Award with the Better Business Bureau. It's just the place that you need to go in St. Louis when you need to update your house. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to get involved by calling in 314-974-0101, by texting in to our Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And courtesy of the YouTube chat, you can get involved and get to know the listeners. YouTube.com/TMASTL. I enjoy interacting with the people in the YouTube chat. Jackson and I do that on the Tim McKernan Show podcast, questions from the audience. And you can participate in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. This program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Hey, Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. In 2025, let's start fresh by making your home more comfortable, energy efficient, and draft-free. If you've been feeling the chill in your home or seeing those energy bills climb higher than they should, it's probably your windows. Let Universal Windows Direct help you kick off the year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Universal Windows Direct is offering an amazing deal right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit. 36 months of no interest financing. That's 36 months of no interest financing. Plus, if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and they will beat it. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. That's universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
deep. It's game time. Let's light 'em up. Boston Bruins ain't backing up. Media says watch out for Rask. Binnington is up for the task. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round. That's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
Remix. I'm rolling balls. My spine is tingling. I'm grinding my teeth. I'm not hungry at all.
Tim, did the media really say watch out for Rask?
Jackson actually thought it was Patrick Waugh in net for the Bruins. Okay, and that was one of our first shows on Balloon Party on 101 ESPN. And at that moment, a number of 101 ESPN listeners became fans of the gentleman named by Jamie Rivers, Little Piddles.
Yeah. You know, I thought Tuukka Rask, Patrick Waugh, they were both different names.
About the same age, right, Doug? Ballpark?
Oh, one's probably 25 years old than the other.
When did Waugh shut it down?
I don't have an exact year for you, but I
give me a ballpark.
Early 2000s, maybe.
Yeah, that's glaring.
I'd say 02-ish, maybe.
Yeah. Really?
Well, you think that's too far back?
Boy, he'd been in there. He was in 03, shutting it down against
playing career 84 to 03.
Wow! How about that? How many netminders get 2 decades?
2002-2003 season with the Colorado Avalanche.
Got the Blues in the Western Conference Final in 2000.
He'd be on the Mount Rushmore of all-time goaltenders.
Jackson, who's on your Mount Rushmore of all-time goaltenders?
Let's have that, please.
Doug, do you have a Mount Rushmore list?
Brodeur.
Brodeur would be on there, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Manny Legacy.
Probably not. No.
Marc-Andre Fleury.
No. Better than Legacy, but no.
Who'd you call Mr.
Glenn Hall.
Glenn Hall. Him.
Yeah, you could put him on there, I guess.
Pat Waugh.
Pat. You like that, Doug?
Nobody called him Pat.
And then Panger.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's my Mount Rushmore.
Doug, Tuukka Rask is 37. Patrick Waugh is 59.
That's about right.
Semantics.
So people get them confused off. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL is where you can get involved on the YouTube chat and talk it over. I'm surprised by this, but when you dig into it, maybe it's explainable. Considering how great the games were and the programs, the college football playoff semifinal television ratings dropped 17% in the 12-team format's first year. The games historically have been played on New Year's Day, and that is the reason for the drop-off. In particular, last year, the highest-rated game was about as good as it could get with the Rose Bowl, which always draws well. In addition to, it was Michigan against Alabama, and that game actually got more people watching than the eventual national championship game. 27.7 watched Michigan, Alabama in last year's Rose Bowl, whereas 25 million watched the national championship game with Washington. And the Washington-Texas game last year drew 18.7 million viewers. This year, the numbers are down, but keep in mind, it was on a Thursday night non-holiday and a Friday night non-holiday. The Thursday night game between Notre Dame and Penn State, 17.8 million. Ohio State and Texas, a Friday night, 20.6 million. So there you go.
Still big numbers. Really big numbers.
But college football and people being off and it being a New Year's Day tradition and the Rose Bowl and it being Michigan and Alabama and it being a college football playoff semifinal, I probably would have lost that bet. But now seeing it, I go, yeah, I guess that makes sense because it's still new and New Year's Day people are going to watch. And Michigan, Alabama, monster brands themselves, but still Notre Dame, Penn State, and Ohio State and Texas.
Thursday, Friday as well. We've talked about Friday. I wonder because obviously ratings you down a little bit, but when you have so much, and maybe this is tough to quantify, of the cultural engagement. People
cultural engagement.
Where are you heading?
I don't know where we're going.
Well, so if you were to combine social media posts and TV coverage and all this stuff,
my gifts to the LSU mom at the White House.
That counts. All these things. when it's so dominating the culture, even if people, because I think so many people are illegally streaming stuff right now.
You're saying a lot more are consuming this product than these ratings indicate.
I'm just like, in the next 10 years, I think TV ratings are going to continue to drop a little bit, but I don't know if it means less people are interested in the product necessarily. Because sometimes people, you can kind of follow a game through social media clips and stories after the fact, as opposed to paying whatever it is per month for cable.
But the ratings still matter for the
Of course. But I'm wondering if that shift is going to come where some sort of other measure comes about.
That said, Monday night, Notre Dame, Ohio State. So if these numbers, what was last year's national?
25 million, and that was on a Monday night.
I'm going to say over.
I'm going to go over as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got Ohio State, Notre Dame. By the way, I was with Jeremiah Love's parents yesterday.
Oh, is that right?
And
what you got?
Great family, and they said, the dad said, it's predetermined. Notre Dame is going to win.
Oh, really?
And he said,
unload the holster here, Doug, on the Irish money line.
He said Jeremiah, even when he committed at Notre Dame, talked about how they'd be winning a national championship. And the dad, I said, well, it's going to be tough. And he goes, nope. They're very confident.
Really?
Yeah. And I think the dad listens because he said, when do you sleep? He said, I hear you in the morning. So shout out to Jeremiah Love's family, obviously traveling to the game. But the dad said it's predetermined. I thought of Tim, maybe laying the wood.
Wow, Doug. I've got I bet St. Louis University against VCU last night. That didn't work. I bet Florida minus 10 or 10.5 last night. That didn't work. So now I need to recoup those losses and take Notre Dame money line.
Put everything you got on that, Tim.
Everything?
Yeah.
All right. There goes $300.
That's definitely where my rooting interests lie. I'm rooting for the Irish, despite populist rhetoric about me and
populist rhetoric about me.
Irish Catholics.
Populist rhetoric. By the way, the dad did say when you go to a game and people, they get treated well because they're kids on the team. He said it's unbelievable. You turn around and he said there's Joe Montana and there's Rocket Ismail and there's Tim Brown and Joe Theismann, friend of the show.
Absolutely.
And he said it is pretty cool.
That's one of my worst fears is being upset about a player on the field at a game and then the parents are right behind you.
Yeah, it's bad form.
Yeah, scary.
Well, I hope the ratings are good. I think they're down a little locally because a lot of people keep tuning to Channel 4 saying, where is Doug? I know he still works there. Where is he? And it's costing these football games some numbers.
You got to turn that into a segment. Where's Doug?
Doug's work husband.
So Frank is looking for him, too.
He's looking, too.
Missouri had a huge night, not just with the win against Florida, but also with a significant transfer portal signing. Jackson, what do we have here?
They got an edge rusher, the top available edge rusher in the transfer portal. I mean, obviously, these things are depends on what site you're looking at. But they added Damon Wilson, the second, on Tuesday. And he's the second best defensive lineman to enter the portal, according to 24/7 Sports.
Yeah, and he comes from Georgia to Columbia. How about that?
Really?
He chose Missouri over Ohio State. How about that?
Why would he leave Georgia?
To play for drink. To achieve greatness, to build a program instead of joining the victors.
That's kind of word salad. He's at a better program now.
Whoa.
Well, you're asking.
He just is. He's at a team that has a chance to win a national title almost every year. So there's got to be a reason.
Took Missouri over Ohio State because Missouri beat Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl.
Right.
But why would he leave Georgia?
Martin liked
the first half Missouri had against Georgia 2 years ago.
That convinced him. He never got over it.
Hey, guys leave first.
Doug, you feel like you're getting straight answers?
Not really, no.
Well, I'm not Damon Wilson. I really can't answer that.
I just thought maybe that was part of the story. He had his playing time cut, or he doesn't like the coach, or he's graduated, so now he can go and get another COVID year, or what is it?
I mean, guys leave top programs and lesser programs alike all the time. Might be playing time, might be money, might be just a better fit from a culture standpoint. There's a myriad of reasons why someone might leave.
Don't say myriad.
Okay.
Is he from around here? He's not, is he?
I don't believe he is, but that's a little bit of crowdsourcing.
All right, I know.
That's a lot of crowdsourcing.
I can't find the article about him to
Probably
read.
NCLtoday.com.
Okay.
The Colonel has it on PowerMizzou.com.
Probably didn't play as much as he wanted, and then money. I bet they threw some money, and I don't know if it was an Ohio State player that tweeted at him, going for that money instead of wanting to win a natty at Ohio State. And to Tim's point, every response from Mizzou people under there, we already beat Ohio State, 14-3, 14-3. We beat the Buckeyes. I'm like, they printed shirts.
All right. I was just thinking if he was
father.
Oh, if he was the top edge rusher in the whole country, he was probably playing a lot at Georgia.
In the portal. He was the top edge rusher in the portal available at the time.
Right. So he probably played plenty at Georgia. For them to be able to rate him the top edge rusher in the country that was available.
Yeah.
Money, Doug! It's money! That's it!
It's from the 314.
I mean, that's the thing is it's the transparency on the transfer portal is one of the biggest complaints about it is that people don't know what's going on, who's getting paid what, why people are going where. You don't really know. You're just happy to have them. And he joins another Georgia defensive lineman transfer, a torn ACL all year, Darius Smith. He missed the entire season. He was supposed to play this year for the Tigers.
Georgia.
Yep. Georgia West. Columbia, Missouri.
So that kid may have had a lot to do with it, too.
Could. You never know.
Him.
You never know. But sometimes it's just like like Mark Mitchell last night for the Missouri Tigers basketball team was a 2-year starter at Duke University. He started for 2 years, and he transferred to Mizzou because he thought it would be a better fit for him. It just happens, It's not necessarily like...
Coach probably yelled at him once.
No, that's nonsense.
I'm out of here.
That's nonsense. Shout out to Mark Mitchell. Big free throws last night. You're not scared of anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, the podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, SCHAEFER door.com. And Doug, you had him out at the house yesterday, Jason Gosrow and the team?
Yes. He heard me complaining that my garage door only went up about 2 feet and then came back down. I thought it was probably cold related. He came out, took a little look-see on his way home.
Is that right? How about that customer service?
Yeah. He said, we work on your door once. We want to make sure it's right. So he came out, adjusted a little bit, and today it worked just perfectly.
Just like that.
Thank you, Jason.
That's unbelievable. SchaeferDoor.com is where you're going to get that kind of service. Plus, they've set up a number for TMA listeners specifically, 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installs, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs as well. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. Well, the Nolan Arenado situation continues to evolve. Got a new team in the conversation.
Oh, God.
According to John Denton, Arenado has the San Diego Padres now on his wish list of destinations. San Diego has fostered a fun and certainly intriguing playing environment. I wonder if that's a shot over recent seasons. So it's no surprise that a grizzled vet like Arenado wants to join that group. So San Diego now is one of the options as the options continue to expand as the days click off the calendar towards spring training.
So he's not only looking for teams with the throttle down competitively, looking for a fun, festive environment. I would also argue that the Padres are pretty good.
Yes.
And probably a pretty good place to live.
Yeah, 78 degrees year-round. That helps.
And close to his Orange County roots. So maybe in addition to the fun, festive atmosphere, it's probably a pretty damn good landing spot. Why were they not on the list up high earlier?
Maybe like Mike Schilt.
Yeah, that could be part of it, too.
How long before a Japanese team is rumored for Arenado? That's from the Walrus King in the YouTube chat. Martin, we're going through everybody.
I still think he needs to take out the full-page ad in the Post-Dispatch thanking the Cardinals before he's been traded. Thanks for everything.
For the record, he is not on the winter warm-up list of attendees to sign, but you'll be able to see everybody else. Sonny Gray is going to be there this weekend, and you can win winter warm-up passes by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Want to take the family to the winter warm-up? You can win by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air giving away winter warm-up passes to our winner for the winter warm-up. And the email of the month standings for wins so far in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. History might be upon us, Doug. Halfway through the month, our first ever female winner is within possibility here with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom leading with 3 wins. And that's fun. That's kind of a story that I think will start picking up a little traction, not only around the region, but around the country.
She's breaking the glass ceiling is what she's doing.
She is. Joan of Arc, Amelia Earhart, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Right.
Nice.
Or Ann Curry on the Today Show, they called her a trailblazer.
Oh, they're right. So Ann Curry, Amelia Earhart, self-made stay-at-home.
It was right after the Craig Melvin thing. It gets lost, but she was a trailblazer. That's what they told us.
You can email in, compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Missouri with a huge win last night. And Illinois with a huge win as well. Setting records at Indiana, 94 points for a winning team on the road at Assembly Hall. The first time anybody has scored that many at Assembly Hall. In Bloomington, Mike Woodson, the head coach in Bloomington, parentheses, for now, Doug, many fans got up and had enough at the half and decided they'd make their way back to whether it be Bloomington, South Bend, Terre Haute, Gary, Indiana,
not Louisiana, Paris, France, New York, or Rome.
Right. Here's Mike Woodson on the team defense in the first half.
But Mike, how do you explain 60? I mean, in the 125-year history of Indiana basketball, it's never happened before. How do you explain that?
I wish I knew. I thought we played better the second half. They scored, 34 points the second half, but 60 points is just way too many. I just thought our defense and our intensity just wasn't there, and they exploited it.
I love Mike Woodson. I just want that
60 is too many. Yeah.
The way the reporter asked that first question, I want to play that again. I just want to play the reporter's question.
Could have gone a lot of ways. Could have gotten ugly.
How do you explain 60? I mean, in the 125-year history of Indiana basketball, that's never happened before. How do you explain that?
Like, how are you supposed to respond?
That.
They hit almost all of their free throws. They hit 11 3-point shots.
Mike Woodson.
Teams can go off when they do that.
Josh Smith, former Atlanta Hawk, once told a story. He's a cigar smoker, and so he once lit a cigar, and it burned off his eyebrows. So Josh Smith and the team cut up some Velcro and gave it to him and had him stick it on his head for a post-game interview because he had lost both of his eyebrows.
A
picture's unbelievable.
Burned off both eyebrows?
He had one of those Zippo lighters, and I guess it caught a bunch of the... What's in there? Is it butane? What's in there?
I guess. We'll go with that.
Caught that, and it burned off his eyebrows, so he had Velcro on his eyebrows for a post-game interview.
Sharp look. Chance of Fire Woodson broke out last night at Assembly Hall while ILL was putting it on him, and then students decided that they had seen enough, and they left the game. Indiana fans furious about that. There's video on Brian Henshin's website, and he is, of course, the owner and operator of the Indianapolis Star-Tribune and also flirts with Doug via the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And there's video of a bunch of fans leaving at the half of the 60-32 deficit for the Hoosiers.
You would think those would be the students leaving. It's not the 60-year-old men who are season ticket holders and sit in the fifth row. They're probably not going anywhere.
Yeah, there's some.
Are they?
There's some.
Are they wearing those goofy-ass striped pants?
Wow.
I got a real beef with that.
Sounds like it.
Well, it's not the Indiana I have a beef with that. It's the other teams that copy that and all do it. I think it looks silly.
Doug, Indiana misses the tradition of Tom Crean mouth-kissing his son post-game. Thanks. That's from Doug Connester. Do you think that's an issue?
Yes.
He did that?
Yeah, the image has been sent into the text inbox.
It's an image that will never leave my head. Yeah, his son is leaning over the railing to smooch his pop.
Harbaugh's brother-in-law.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Tom Crean kind of looks like my dad.
Does he really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of see that.
There's a little something there.
There was talks when Dennis Gates was hired. Tom Crean was kind of available after his Georgia run. I'm glad they didn't pick him up.
Oh, thanks. Took Burkett to the Final Four.
Yeah, and beat Missouri on the way, Jackson.
2003. Overtime, I think.
Overtime, that's correct. I was there in Indianapolis.
That was good back.
Illinois lost to Notre Dame, I believe, that day. Matter of fact, right before Bill Self headed to Rock Chalk. Fun facts for no one tell. Doug, these are fun facts.
Really nice facts.
For no one tell.
Because Bruce Weber and Carbondale lost to Mizzou in Game 1.
That's right.
Illinois was also there, and that's when Ron Gunther They knew Bill Self was out. He talked to Bruce Weber about coming over to Champaign. Mm-hmm. It all started at that little tournament.
Yep. And we were there. Yeah. And Roy Williams was asked about leaving right after they lost to Syracuse in the NCAA tournament and scolded Bonnie Bernstein, I believe.
I believe so.
That's who took the... I know there are people in your ear telling you to ask these questions.
That's probably true.
That's 100% true. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. YouTube.com/TMASTL is also where it airs. And plenty have gathered, like Tiny PP, Droid Effects, and John Scores, and the Baldwin Beer Batch is back for more. She won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month in 2024. And you can participate by signing up at TMASTL.com. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. This is the Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. If you are someone who's looking to purchase a home, refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. Well, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation, the customer service second to none. The man gives out his personal cell phone to the audience. Here you go. 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call on his personal cell phone. Plus, the Bagel Loan. If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Call Stewie directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. For the first time in over 30 years, Iowa State women's basketball team did not make a shot from behind the arc on Tuesday. That ends the Cyclones' 945-game streak dating back to February 19th, 1995. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Feel free to call in. Be a friend of the show, 314-974-0101. And you're welcome to participate in the YouTube chat. They're talking best quarterbacks in there. And I like to see that I was able to submit Tony Bank to the
best all-time quarterback
discussion. Martin, Doug, you both got a chance to cover him, and he brought his dog Felony to camp, and that caused a problem with Dick Vermeil, if memory serves.
Yeah, they didn't look too kind on bringing dogs to camp.
Yeah.
Well, their dog's name was Felony.
And it was like a Rottweiler, too. It was something big and nasty.
And then it ran away at one point, and Randy Naughton found it. The Fox 2 on-air personality found Banks' dog, and he loved her after that. Like anything she ever needed. Like, oh, yeah. He was a great guy to deal with.
He was.
You'd go in the locker room.
He's in the media now, or at least he was.
I think it was Big Ten Network, kind of. Mm-hmm. You'd go in the locker room after he literally would get booed off the field. Yep. And you'd say, Tony, what went wrong today? And he'd say, I would have booed me too.
I
would boo me too.
The narrative on him was always he had too small hands.
Fumbled a lot.
Remember that?
That's what they said about Kenny Pickett. They always said Kenny Pickett had too small hands.
I thought that was just a BS line until you pick up one of those NFL footballs that they practice with. They're rock hard, and you can barely get your hand around it. Clip that off.
And Vermeil loved Tony Banks. And Mike Martin said, all right, I'm coming there, but we got to change the quarterback position. What do you say we get Trent? And that changed everything, Doug. Changed everything.
Well, Banks had all the measurables. You know, he's tall, he was fast, he could throw the ball a long way, but he just wasn't very accurate.
Maybe he's the surprise guest at 9:15.
Oh, there is a surprise guest at 9:15. Who do you think it is, Doug? Because you know Martin's not going to give us any hints, and we love guessing games.
I'd love a hint of some kind.
I don't think you could guess this one. I will tell you, though, it was in reaction to something Tim said, and I made a little note. You told a story, and I thought, oh, that'd be good.
Ella Reese. Finally, we get the conversation.
I wouldn't know her name.
Time. Looking forward to talking it over with Ella Reese at 9:15.
Okay. What if it's the Philly fan that berated the Packers?
How about that? Well, we have an updated situation on that. Chairman Kurt, you have the knowledge here. You've been monitoring this, and it involves Rich Gould's good friend, Big Dom, the security of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, Big Dom stepped in.
Of course.
The fan has been banned from the link. He will no longer be welcome at Philadelphia Eagles games.
That's for life or this year or next year?
I believe for life.
Forever? Is that a long time?
And forever is a long, long time.
Yeah. Professionally, the gentleman was relieved of his duties.
Oh, he was fired. Okay.
He was.
He was fired.
He was.
You guys both said it. I assumed
5-star lock.
I thought there was a chance, and I was with Ed Herman.
I think I offered a wager, too.
I felt like he would get fired, but I wasn't 100% because I thought, what if private company, and what Ed Herman brought up, what if he brings in a ton of money that maybe they'd wiggle out of it, but apparently not.
And Chairman Kurt, I saw you, I don't want to say you were in an argument with somebody on Twitter. I just saw it pop up in my timeline yesterday. And what were you, who were you saying something to? I'm looking for your, you wrote, sorry, sis. Hold on a second. Sorry, sis. Doug, do you have a problem with that?
I'm not enamored with it, no.
This is the definition of FAFO. Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences of said speech. Not so fun when the rabbit got the gun.
And that's not so fun when the rabbit got the gun.
And that's in reference to Sports and Nonsense, who has 55,300 followers on Twitter, followed by producer Joe. You remember him for his landing strip and also his time producing this program.
Well, more so as a producer.
So says you. And she wrote, His life is ruined because he's on video calling someone a name. A video that we only get a snippet of with zero idea on if she was nasty to him for the previous hour, just trying to get a reaction that could go viral. What a disgusting timeline we live in. That's from Sports and Nonsense. And she is a...
she might as well just sign up with Blaze Media.
Blaze Media? Well, her bio is, and I wasn't familiar with her. Jackson Martin, Doug, you familiar with her at all?
No.
Okay. She has 55,300 followers on the Twitter tweets, including the landing strip producer Joe. Her bio says 5'10". Boy, I'd love to be able to say that. 5'10", FSU grad. Big boob aficionado?
Oh.
Okay, so we have something. I cover sports, politics, 80s, 90s, nostalgia, gaming, and boobs. Subscribe for my podcast.
How does someone cover 80s and 90s
Hasn't
nostalgia?
it already happened?
like rehashing New Coke?
So is it...
like a
oh, I thought you were talking about horse.
No, like the change in the formula.
So is this like is this a lady?
Yeah, I've never heard of her. I made the mistake of being on my X, everything happens on X, on the, not my following, but on my For You side. I would have never seen her content otherwise.
It's Hell's Waiting Room.
And I tried...
Hell's Waiting Room?
Yeah, the For You section of Twitter.
I don't typically get into... I don't typically get into X arguments, but for some reason, seeing that just kind of set me off. You can't reply to her unless you're verified or she follows you. So
Are you verified?
I am not. So I just did the quote retweet and gave my thoughts on it.
Why do the superfluous producers on this show insist on fighting with strangers on Twitter? That's from Terminus Parish. Doug, do you like that term, superfluous producers?
I don't care for it.
Chairman Kurt is with Sound Story, and he's kind enough to give a few hours of his time on this program. I reject the term superfluous producer. However, I enjoy it. Is that okay? Can you reject it?
You can have it both ways in this case.
He brought knowledge, and he also brought a little heat. Called her sis. I like that.
I like that.
Now you're going to get canceled. Calling her sis.
Hey, I've been down that road once. I can go again.
Is it possible this gal is from Philadelphia and thinks it's okay to talk that way to other people?
Frankly, I don't give a rat's behind where she's from.
Watch your language.
Absolutely.
I want the fella that got fired to tell us if he's more upset that he lost his job or that he lost his tickets or his access to the Eagles games.
And one last little detail, in a great form of goodwill, Big Dom and the Eagles sent the couple some Packers gear on them.
Yeah,
so
I saw that.
This from Sharon and Clayton. The dude who filmed it is a Packers vlogger. So there's some speculation. There was some provoking. Regardless, dude got what he deserved. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is there anything that could have been done that would have warranted that? Were like prior to the video, did she chuck a beer in his kid's face? Did something happen to trigger him? I would love to know his side of the story. Don't you want to hear from him?
I agree with that. Like, there's always another side to the story. It's tough, and I think what happens when you only see things framed, whether it be video or audio clips without the full context on social media, that people get super angry. Now, I will agree that it would be whatever Doug Martin, I don't recall who asked the question, is there anything that she could have said that would have justified what he would have said? But the point that the Twitter poster that Chairman Kurt replied to is we haven't seen what caused that interaction.
I'm kind of old school. I think that there's probably nothing that a woman could yell at you that would be reasonable to yell that kind of language back at her. I don't think there's anything she could have possibly done to have deserved that.
I would also say his body language, he seemed to be more enjoying the mocking of her than he wasn't irate. He seemed to just kind of be wanting to have a little fun with putting her in her place, treating her like trash. So I would love to hear it. If I had to put the chips in, is that what we do, Tim? We put our chips in?
Yeah, we put them in.
I'm going to say he's guilty of just being a horse's A. But I would like to hear a little more from him, especially about how this is played out publicly.
I imagine he told his business, his bosses, what his side of the story was, and they didn't buy it very much. Then. They fired him.
Hey, she was taking up a little bit of my seat. What am I going to do, huh?
He's a horse's ass for doing that.
Yeah. And he brought shame to his company, so they said, you're out.
Russo told him to talk less.
Always three sides to the story, his, hers, and the truth. That's from Wedding Tackle. From what I've read, it was at first friendly banter, but when the fan asked her if she was having fun and she said no, then the tirade began. That's from 314.
Yeah, sometimes, even though there may be two sides to the story, sometimes you just run into a guy who's a horse's patoot, who has too many beers, and he just starts screaming at people.
Because I was so amped on chugging with my boys.
Right. That's probably what happened.
It seemed like the vibe.
If I had to bet, I'm sure that's what happened.
Then this is going on, and the whole recording everything and the starting a GoFundMe by them to send them to the next Packers game is suspicious. That's from the Festus Fluffer. I wasn't aware of that. Anybody aware of that?
No. That there was a Festus Fluffer?
That there was a Festus Fluffer, one, and that two, that they started a GoFundMe to send them to the next Packers game. I don't know why they would do
when
that.
Is the next
I was about to say,
game?
for the game in September?
Yeah, that's a weird. I don't know about that.
Oh,
I wouldn't mind hearing from her as well. I got to say, I want to know. I want some context here.
Yeah.
Have we heard? Is she on like Good Morning Milwaukee? Let's see.
No matter what,
I don't know.
like even if someone's ribbing you, just ignore it. If it's I get that tensions are high and probably some alcohol is taken, but that's you probably see the camera out, or you assume everyone has a camera in their pocket. You shouldn't talk to people like that.
Doug and Martin, this listener from the 314 is unhappy with you for not saying the word ass. It's hilarious that you guys go down so many different rabbit holes, many of them inappropriate, and yet Martin and Doug can't say the word ass. It's hilarious. That's from the 314.
Well, I've said it before. Sometimes I prefer not to, especially when we're berating someone else for his language.
I love my ass.
Okay, Mike.
I think because the topic was about offensive language, I did hold back because I don't mind saying it.
Stan, you're an ass.
It's Big Al talking to Stan Kroenke.
Oh, he showed him.
Yeah, he sure did. Let's see, the GoFundMe per a texter from the 314, and you're welcome to participate in the discussion, youtube.com/TMASTL, and the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. The GoFundMe was for getting money to send them to that game. He's a content creator and apparently a well-known Green Bay Packer fan. I think that was just a coincidence, but he was going to have a camera on regardless. There's the backstory on the camera and the GoFundMe.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you for the knowledge.
All right. Well, no matter what the other circumstances are, there is never an excuse to use that kind of language in public towards a woman or anyone else, really.
We had a candidate for a job at the 2 Fox. I don't think it was the Dizzle's job.
What do we got here? I'm anxious to hear this little anecdote.
Now, this is going back years ago.
Sure, well, because Desir was here like in 2002.
Yeah, and it was prior to that, but Randy and I are in the Fox 2 sports office, and this candidate meets with the news director, and then they drop him back off in the sports office. And we were swearing a little bit, and we just kind of picked up the vibe that he wasn't comfortable with our language. And I said, I apologize. I said, we shouldn't be talking like this, just to kind of cover up in case he goes to HR or anything. And he turned to the two of us. He said, it's okay. I've been known to use a salty word a time or two.
It's like you were talking to Tony Dow and Jerry Mathers.
Salty word a time or two. He did not get the job.
He did not get the job.
And that's not the reason why, but it certainly didn't.
Maybe he didn't
Salty
want it
rub.
if you work so blue there.
So Doug has been known to use a salty word a time. That sounds like something Ablin would say.
I was about to say, that sounds like he went across the street and started working at Channel 4.
No,
that's
it wasn't. It was
that's
not.
what it sounds like. Mike Tomlin, not necessarily enjoying his week, and he had to do the season wrap-up press conference. I know he was looking forward to that. Here is how he handled the questions about his future in Pittsburgh, and reports that other teams might be interested in his services.
Mike, at least one team has reached out to inquire about your availability, understanding that you have a no trade clause in your contract. What's your message to any team that may reach out to the Steelers to gauge interest or availability in your services?
I have no message. Save your time.
There it is. Guess he's planning on sticking around Pittsburgh. And then that leads to Jackson's question in the dossier. And I kind of think that this is a good deep dive question. I like it. The question is there such a thing as too loyal in sports? Which I think is kind of something that many would immediately react to as being somewhat counterintuitive. But are you looking at it when you pose that question in our dossier here from the Steelers side, or are you looking at it from the Tomlin side?
I am looking at it from the Steelers side.
Okay.
Just because
it's Tomlin who said, don't waste your time. That's why I was wondering.
I think in that instance, it's a mutual loyalty to each other, which I think is commendable as all get out, especially nowadays. But having said that, like, the Steelers are famous. You've talked about before. They've had 3 coaches in, 60 years?
Steelers and Cardinals. I've been talking about the Steelers and Cardinals having very similar timeline up until the LaRusse era, because I think it's amazing that you can look at when did Whitey Herzog become the manager, boys?
80.
80?
Yeah.
Okay. Herzog.
Or it was hired at 80.
Torrey, LaRusse, and that covers 1980 through 2011. And with the Steelers, and I do think there are a lot of similarities with the Steelers and the Cardinals. I've been having that theme on Balloon Party dating back to 2022, that you talk about the Rooney family-owned business, and you have the Bush family before the DeWitts. You have Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, and Mike Tomlin, and that covers what I think that goes back to, I think 69 is when Noll became the head coach.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. How about that? I mean, that is mind-blowing.
It's unheard of across sports. There's no other team that would.
But I think the contention, I'd be really curious what Kerry Davis says about this. Because I know he loves and respects Mike Tomlin. The contention there is that it's stale.
Right.
And I think now the Cardinals are in a different spot than the Steelers are. But I think the contention here is that it's stale. The difference is the Cardinals haven't been going to the playoffs, and Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season. But Mike Tomlin, when they have gotten to the playoffs, not only are they losing, they're losing in a big way. And I think that's kind of been the theme around here. Yeah, they went to the NLCS in 2019, but my goodness, were they never in that thing. And yeah, they were in the 2020 playoffs, and so was everybody else. 2021 was the playoffs. It was a one-game playoff. 2022 was legitimate. 2022, I think, was a better team than 2019. I didn't realize they didn't win a playoff game. I think the team was better. They were active at the trade deadline, acquiring Jordan Montgomery and acquiring Jose Quintana. But overall, really going back to 2016, this has kind of been a Steelers-esque, yeah, they've been in the mix, minus the last 2 years, and it just really hasn't felt like they're real championship contenders. Now, if you look around, a bunch of franchises in the NFL would love to trade the last quarter century with the Steelers, just like most Major League Baseball teams would love to trade the last quarter century with the Cardinals. The issue, I think, becomes for both fan bases is they observe management and ownership, did each management ownership team get satisfied by what they did in the first 15 years, and that contentment allowed the stale mindset to creep in and the level of satisfaction to fall. And I think that's where there are some similarities beyond the historical stability of each organization.
And I think it's fair to say for both sides, it might be time to try something new. If I'm Mike Tomlin, I wouldn't mind maybe going somewhere else where they'd give me a better offensive coordinator, which maybe that's his fault, maybe a better quarterback. I think the product that or the talent he's been given is sort of matching kind of who they are. They're okay. They're not great. He does a great job running that organization. Everybody loves Mike Tomlin. I would be a little intrigued if I were him to go somewhere else.
Rarely in NFL playoff games, rarely, when you include the spread, I mean, money line, totally different thing. When you include, I think we all were we all on the Ravens? Not because we're some sharps.
Yes.
You just knew. It's so, when you include the spread, I mean, money line, different deal, where you're just picking who's going to win. But the spread, you just knew. And sure enough, the way the game started, it was absolutely on brand. That's so rare in the NFL. It certainly can happen in college football, where a team just blows them out. I mean, God, it happens all the time throughout September's and that week before rivalry weekend. But I'm talking about in the NFL, in the playoffs, you just knew that they were not going to be in the game. And that has been the issue. It's not like they're having close losses where guys get attached to they can't be clutch and they fold under pressure. This is, you're just not competitive.
Right.
And the standard has become, well, they don't have losing seasons, and then they get into the playoffs and they get blown off the field. So that, I think there's some similarities in the frustration of both fan bases with the Steelers and the Cardinals, two historic brands that have been experiencing mediocrity and not a whole lot of change. in exchange for what has been disappointing to both fan bases.
Right, and I think then the question becomes, like, what are you assigning more value? Like, the opportunity, you hire a new coach, you fire a guy who's been there forever, how does the fan base react to that? Even if the team is kind of stuck in neutral or stuck like the Steelers, kind of, they're going to make the playoffs maybe, but the chances of them are actually making a run are slim at this point. It's like, all right, how long do you keep going with the same guy? But you love the consistency and the uniformity of your team.
It's not quite the same thing because the Cardinals aren't one player away, and the Steelers are literally a good quarterback away. They haven't been good since Men's declined. That's their problem, that they get a quarterback. They're competing for the Super Bowl. I don't follow I'm sure there was some autocorrect involved there. I don't think a lot of Pittsburgh fans would say they're one player away. They have heavily invested in their defense, and then they went big time on Najee Harris and, the offense, and Pickens, for that matter. Right. Tomlin was also asked if he was late for the Christmas game, and he said, well, that was a long time ago. I'm not sure.
He was late for the game?
He was late for the game.
Well,
he's the gentleman, if you recall from the audio, I don't know if that's still easily accessible to you, Jackson, when he was asked following the loss to the Ravens. Is this something that you're able to pull up, or should I just tell the people what happened?
Give me one moment.
And this reminds me, Marvin Lewis with Cincinnati. He'd been there forever. Mm-hmm. Maybe it got a little stale. And I probably shouldn't say it, but I don't think Jim Haslett cares. But he was on the staff after he left St. Louis. He was on the Bengals staff. And there were times he said the coaches are all in the building, and Marvin Lewis said, hey, I'm running late. You guys just go ahead and start things. And I'm like, for a head coach?
Wow, really?
You've never heard that before.
It's the opposite of Tom Coughlin.
Sure. From past, the first year I've been here, just way more growth for sure.
Does that make you optimistic going forward?
Nah.
No. Well, you have to have a good quarterback. You just have to. They haven't got it right now. I think ownership in Pittsburgh realizes they've got a good coach. He's proven to be a good coach. Are you going to fire him as soon as a couple, 2 or 3 players don't pan out the way you wanted them to? And they've decided no, they're going to hang on to him.
Yeah, that Kenny Pickett for a second, right?
Yeah.
Small hands.
And then you had Fields, but then they pivoted. Maybe they should have stuck with Fields. They don't have a quarterback.
Have the Steelers considered a roster refresh where they do absolutely nothing in the offseason? Thanks. That's from the 314.
we got
pull back
some offloading. TJ Watt.
Speaking of the Cardinals and the magic that has been this offseason, the Cubs, who are even money favorites to win the National League Central, yet their win total is 86.5 for the over-under. Cardinals, for the record, plus 900 win the National League Central. That's tied with the Pirates for the worst projection, and then also 76.5 is the Cardinal win total projection. Alex Bregman and the Cubs now. How about that? That's a surprise entrant into the ring here. Alex Bregman remains unsigned with less than a month until pitchers and catchers report to spring training. Bregman won't be returning to the Astros after rejecting a reported 6-year, $156 million offer. Early in the offseason, it seemed Bregman and his representation at the Boris Corporation were seeking to eclipse the $200 million mark. Whether that's still the goal isn't clear, though it stands to reason that some teams are hopeful he could move off a lofty ask as he lingers on the market. To that end, Bruce Levine of 670 The Score writes that the Cubs recently had casual conversations with Boris about Bregman. Levine suggests that the Cubs aren't interested in offering a long-term deal. It seems they're on the periphery of the market in case the two-time All-Star considers a shorter-term deal with opt-out clauses. There's nothing to suggest Bregman is currently willing to do so at this moment, however. But this is when some teams start to see what we saw happen last year, where guys weren't getting the long-term deals that they thought they were going to get, and then they jump in with those deals where they have a low commitment and the player has the opt-out, or they just do a short-term deal. And then the Cubs could have Alex Bregman joining them, as they are the prohibitive National League Central favorites in a division that seemingly is up for grabs, but they are the even money favorites.
We're better than Chicago. Pete Alonso is still out there. How much better would you feel about our plucky Redbird bunch if they were to ink the polar bear? Wow.
Man, that was like a sports writer from the Great Depression.
Do you have a fedora on while you type that?
Yeah, press. That'd be one of the more confusing moves in recent memory.
Did it ever occur to you guys that these organizations don't care about winning championships? Instead, they want to provide a consistent product and bring fans in, and winning everything isn't necessarily needed to do that. Thanks. That's from Wedding Tackle.
Like into another question I have.
Oh, Doug, this is Jackson's second question here on 101 ESPN.
Is mediocrity acceptable anymore? In the world of content, old and new, right at the click of a button, you can hop on Netflix, HBO, whatever, get on your phone, scroll TikTok. Is a team just kind of in the middle of the pack with maybe a chance to make a run, but more likely not, going to get people interested at all anymore? Again, compared to 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Are you talking specifically on baseball here?
Baseball, hockey, and basketball because of the long regular seasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't know if you're not really competing for championship, not buying in or at least portraying that you are, is that acceptable for the modern fan? I don't know.
Well, I would say no. It's not acceptable.
So then that puts teams in a really tough spot.
I think all
because you're either rebuilding or you're going all out. There's no middle ground.
Right, but almost all teams are in one of the other modes. They all want to win. They all want to win. They're competitive guys. They don't just show up every day at work and say, whatever happens, happens. Who cares? I don't think there's many people like that, if any. Right. They wouldn't have the jobs, and they wouldn't keep the jobs. They for sure want to be competitive to keep fans in the stands and people watching on TV.
Right.
Selling the merchandise. They absolutely want to be competitive. Now, you don't have to win it all. Most teams aren't going to win it all.
Agreed.
All but one are not going to win it all. That doesn't mean it's all been a failure in terms of the money that they bring in.
I agree, but if you are a person who is a casual sports fan, are you really going to tune into a game where your team is kind of around maybe a couple games above 500, not really doing anything?
Well, that's gone on all through sports, I suppose. Depends on how casual are you.
But we've never had so many options of other things to do / watch. That's the real crux of it.
Yeah, well, that's been an issue for a couple decades now, I suppose, with cable TV providing 500 or more stations to watch, and the internet as a distraction. I'm not sure that's just a 2025 thing. I think that's probably been going on for a couple decades now.
Guys, I have an MLB conspiracy for you. The owners are all in on this to get a salary cap. Let the big market teams spend big, small markets cry poor, suffer now to get financial gain, i.e. salary cap long term. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
That might be the only thing that can save the current trajectory that they're on.
With baseball,
yeah.
They've had collusion before. Can't rule it out, Doug.
Yeah.
Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. That's how you can get involved on this program. In addition to the YouTube chat where friends gather and talk it over with the delectable Danny Pintaro, Ty, and Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. You can go in there, youtube.com/TMASTL, and talk it over with the legends of the YouTube channel, Doug. I mean, you're it's like Field of Dreams.
Very much so.
Do you really think so? I just kind of pulled that on my ass.
Very, very much so. Almost identical to that.
Hey, if you're dealing with low energy and motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, you might have low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Get tested at Mentality. I've done that. It was super easy, in and out in 20 minutes, and very informative, very friendly staff. It's Mentality. And if you do get going with Mentality, you can experience rejuvenation. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. We got a special surprise guest coming up right after the commercial break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and YouTube.
Welcome back. 9:17. Doug, it's 9:17.
I see that.
It's TMA, the morning after, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Jackson is here. KG is here. Doug is here. Tim will be joining us shortly.
He's on assignment.
He is on assignment.
And we're going over the San Diego Padres depth chart to figure out where Nolan Arenado will fit in.
We're trying to wedge Machado out of that position so that Arenado, it almost rhymes, Doug. Somebody could do one of those catchy little songs about Arenado, add Machado and Arenado together.
Maybe we trade Arenado for Machado when he comes here.
Yeah.
We put him with the polar bear.
But you made a great point. He's a great third baseman defensively. He did have elbow surgery. They were theorizing he'd be playing a lot of DH last year. But it looks to me as he played 100 games at third. So if Arenado's going to end up in San Diego, wouldn't that have been one of your top choices? Being from California, having played for Mike Schilt, a great city, a winning team of recent memory. When you add in Tatis, Machado, you got a great team.
Yeah, you would think. You would think. It's just a matter if the Padres have the money to give him, to take some of that off the Cardinal hands.
I enjoy the fact that the Tigers and Mariners were mentioned as a possibility, and then we got to the Padres. If I were his agent or the camp, Arenado camp, I think I would have thrown that out a little bit earlier. We are going to have a surprise guest. I believe Jackson and I, we had to move it around. We're still working with a lot of moving parts. We had the moving clock. We're not exactly sure what segment we're in.
No.
But it is the 9 o'clock hour. Doug, I'll give you a quick recap.
Okay, I like that.
Jackson's man bun is now somebody's official handle on the text line. Stanley Tucci was one of the most important bald men of the 21st century. One of the most influential.
I'm going with Eisenhower.
No, of the 21st century.
21st.
Stanley Tucci. Okay. Heat check city is what Mizzou was feeling in that first half. Breaking the Law by Judas Priest. It's 1980. I said 1979. Doug gets real technical with his basketball jargon. He likes to talk about the paint.
In the paint.
Way over our head. Jackson likes to chirp the zebras even while watching the game from home. Frozen Bananas cost us a shot at interviewing John Mozeliak, but he was greeted with a hearty nod. We did the Mount Rushmore of goalies. Manny Legacy did not make the cut.
Yeah, that was kind of a surprise.
Kind of painful, right? And we did some cultural engagement discussion when talking about college ratings. And then Doug was told you got to suck it up. There you go, Tim. You're up to date on everything that's happening.
I apologize. I was talking with the president of Hubbard Radio St. Louis in the hallway, and then I was like tapping on the window. You guys see me, but I guess the tapping, the window is so thick that I was chatting. I'm like, I'm right there with Chairman Kerpen. You have headphones on. You might not have heard me. I don't know. But I'm like, hey, I'm right out here. But I see that the red light's on. The show is returned. But alas, Martin, it allowed you to do the show recap, which was glorious. And I believe here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, we have a surprise guest.
Yeah, we're working on that. We think the new clock has confused our guests as well as ourselves. We're not
broken
sure
my brain.
There's a chance Ella Reese is oversleeping. I mean, that would
I know. Well, which could be a benefit. But I've been over here like Russell Crowe in The Beautiful Mind on the glass trying to figure out.
Did you enjoy that picture? Russell Crowe. Is that Jennifer Connelly? And she was also in Higher Learning with friend of the show Michael Rappaport and Ice Cube.
She was in Top Gun as well, right?
Yes. The second version, of course, Kelly McGillis.
Right. May she rest in peace.
And the first.
She's still around.
She switched teams.
I'm thinking of Kelly Preston. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Kelly Preston. I'm sorry.
Brian Dable's been fired by the Giants, and Kelly McGillis has passed on. These are Jackson exclusives.
I was thinking. I'm sorry. Apologies to the McGillis family.
Yeah, they're streaming too.
I think
one of the McGillises is in the YouTube chat.
Either way, my eyes are about to fall in my head trying to figure out where we are, and so
I threw him for a loop in the break. I said, I think we missed a break, and he said, I'm not sure.
I'm trying to locate. I need like one of those, like an umpire has a ball and strike counter.
Well, sure.
I need one of those. I got to get one of those.
So you're not sure what segment we're in?
Not positive.
Who am I? Why am I here, Doug? 1992 Admiral Stockdale, Vice Presidential Debates.
At WashU?
I think that might have been it.
With Ross Perot?
I believe we're due a break.
Win.
I think. It's best to take the break and then not need it down the road and just go longer. But my head is about to explode.
Kelly McGillis is 67. Appears to be alive and well.
Yeah, Jackson, you have issued an apology to the McGillis family.
Should I send them something?
What a horrible way for her family to find out that she's no longer with us.
Watching this show on YouTube, which is already a painful experience, and then you find out that your relative is passed on from the guy who does NBA Sports Center updates.
I feel like somebody not pass away.
What's the next thing from passing? What's close proximity to passing away?
Hospice care?
I feel like somebody from Top Gun to Top Gun Maverick is no longer with us. Okay. But I know Val Kilmer has a health situation, but he was still in the second one. But I don't know.
Anthony Edwards still alive?
Is he still alive?
Well, I think so. I got to go through.
Yeah, he had a surprising role on Billions, Doug. Just kind of a very brief character actor.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Like
Tom Skerritt, who was in Top Gun as an older actor, he's 91.
No way.
So is that the closest to what you were saying?
Wow.
Oh. Tom Skerritt.
Doug, you remember him? He was a Guess jeans model. Him and Anna Nicole Smith. Tom Skerritt.
I don't remember him being the model. I remember him being in several movies.
Yeah, but you would always say to me, man, look at Tom
I never
Skerritt.
one time said that. Look at Skerritt.
He's handsome still at 91. Look at that head of hair.
Oh, man, that's dunking on me.
He's got a man bun?
Started losing mine at 18. The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is in the Air Comfort Service text line and is issuing a statement. Statement. I have grown tired of penning you every morn for email of the day. I'm jumping over to Aspen this morning. You like that? I'm jumping over to Aspen.
I don't like it.
I'm jumping over to Aspen this morning and may not be able to email. That being said, I will do what I can to infuriate Buck Swope. To be continued. That's in the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom who's leading the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day standings and has just declared war on the legendary Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year for 2024, Buck Swope. You come at Buck Swope, you best not miss, huh?
Ruin me.
Oh,
or
that's
gluten-free
not Buck.
perk.
By the way, Doug, Top Gun, what do you think the budget was for that film?
First one or second one?
The Top Gun, the original Top Gun.
The budget.
I gotta go back now. We're 1985.
$1985. How about $10 million?
Oh my God, $10 million?
Whoa, you mock. What do you got? What do you got?
Like 100.
Why isn't the budget?
Yes.
In 1985?
Is this adjusted? Is this adjusted?
15 million.
15
to make it.
I was going to say 20 million.
Oh,
yeah, I think 10 was a reasonable.
I
back
thought
then.
so too.
Yeah.
What's the answer?
Jackson, why don't you apologize to Doug?
Come on, get off your high horse.
Can you also find out what Top Gun Maverick cost to make?
Okay, I'm going to finish this topic first, since I'm near death. 15 million budget. Box office. How about a guess on that? Jackson, you're excluded from guessing at this point.
300 million.
Well, that's a good guess. Tim, are you going to go over or under?
I'm gonna go under because we're talking 1985.
Is this domestic or world?
You bring him for this.
This guy is the latest.
357 million.
Oh.
That is what you call what, an ROI?
That's
Tim?
ROI season right there. Jackson, would you like to apologize to Doug?
No, because Maverick cost $170 million.
But that's not what he asked.
That wasn't the question.
But I don't buy that. Like I'm not I don't think first of all, budgets they give out is just what they give you. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what it actually costs. I'm taking the way over.
But it's a parameter. It's
adjusted for inflation too.
Box office for Maverick, I know you're looking at this now. It's unbelievable. The box office for Top Gun Maverick was $1.5 billion.
Yeah.
Oh, my
That did numbers.
God.
That did numbers. It has worldwide appeal. And Tom Cruise.
I guess. That's why they make so many movies. They just try to hit on one. Because sometimes you don't know. Sometimes you watch one, you think,
Blair Witch
and then it
Project.
becomes a huge, huge success.
Blair Witch Project was like that one cost like $100,000 to make.
So why don't we make a movie?
Yeah, you want to do that? We want to go out in the woods?
I wouldn't say it's right now the best idea. It's not what it was.
Just go on Twitter and Instagram and yell at coaches.
Blair Witch, 200,000 to 750,000, which means they're not sure. So between 200 and 700,000 was the budget, Tim, for Blair Witch 1999. Can I get a box office number from either of you?
$175 million.
Yeah, $176 million.
248 million.
ROI season.
Blair Witch, holy
and then we got
buckets.
25 years of bad horror movies trying to replicate found footage stuff.
Wouldn't it be fun to spend 3 or 4 months making a movie like that and then not working another day in your life?
Yeah, it'd be
living a
pretty
life
sweet.
of luxury.
It'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't be able to fulfill your dream of doing the show for
I'd
50
rather do
years.
that, Tim. Wow. Why don't we make a movie?
I didn't finish the sentence.
It was the Jeopardy guy hitting the buzzer. I'm sorry, I haven't finished the question.
Good morning. My favorite scene was the snot bubble scene. Thanks. That's from the 314. Doug?
In Top Gun?
I don't know what that was on. It sounds like
it was an accident
Bears or something.
Sounds like
kind of like the ghost in 3 Men and a Baby that was actually Ted Danson cardboard cutout that people thought was a child standing in the window who had fallen out of that window. But it just turned out to be Ted Danson cardboard cutout. But, it was haunting people.
Was it?
The ghost in the window of 3 men and the baby, and apparently a snot bubble in Top Gun.
I don't remember.
I don't recall
There's
that.
Obviously the volleyball scene. That's fired that up on YouTube every once in a while.
You will watch those gentlemen topless play volleyball.
What in the world?
It's inspiring. And then they ran it back in Maverick doing the football scene where there's like 3 different footballs flying at the same time. Glenn Powell.
Ran it back.
So on brand for the Jack to move the goalpost. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer. A lot of strode in this kid, hey? Moving goalposts. Any Hoodles coach season is done, and we are on to free agency. Hearing good things about this Manning cat out of good old Rocky Top, Tennessee. Stay tuned. And hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henson. He covers the Colts and says that they're keeping an eye on Manning and Rocky Top. So that's kind of interesting.
Okay, thrilling.
I'm not buying it.
What aren't you buying?
15 million?
It was the 80s.
They were flying real planes. That's got to cost. I guess Tom Cruise's his quote was a lot lower.
Oh, I'm sure.
At the time.
Well, you're losing investors on goodorbad.com. I would like my investment back on goodorbad.com. This elitist obviously doesn't know film. $100 million budget in the 80s. Come on, Jackie. That's from the old Appleton stepdad out there enjoying his lemonade on the front porch in old Appleton this morning.
Well, what were they like? They were shooting in Pasadena, trying to claim it was the Middle East. Like, how do you save that much money? You go from 2 movies. I don't know. And also, if you've invested in goodorbad.com, that money has been spent. So best of luck coming to collect.
Yeah, you're going to send out financials for 2024? I was kind of curious.
They'll be doctored. Yeah, you'll
wow, that was pretty direct.
Well, that's our thing is
we doctor the financials.
We're corrupt, but we're honest.
That's the way to do it, buddy. It's recommended highly. Just move some stuff around, move some numbers around.
Transparently corrupt. That's our mission statement.
You get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. You are welcome to call in. Chairman Kurt Manning, the phone lines at 314-974-0101. Those are brought to you by Collier and Thompson. And Buck Swope, who is startled by a declaration of war. I mean, this is the guy. I mean, you don't mess, outside of the YouTube chat where Don Pepe runs things, the rest of the world understands you don't mess with Buck Swope. Buck Swope just texted my phone and said, Clarence Gilliard, who played Sundown in Top Gun, passed away recently. He also played Theo in Die Hard. Also, stay-at-home Ledoux mom doesn't annoy me, but I wager she has a ween. That's from Buck Swope. So skeptical of the fact that we are witnessing history by our first ever female Emailer of the Month winner. I can't imagine that.
No, Buck is usually right. He does a lot of research, this fellow.
This Buck Swope don't play. Ladies and gentlemen, it is TMA. I'm seeing Martin and Jackson communicate. Does that mean the surprise guest is on?
They're ready, but are we going to go to
we'll do a break?
Okay.
I'm a beautiful mind. I'm on the windowsill. I'm trying to figure out what segment we're in. I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Well, if that windowsill is cold,
there you go.
I hope that you know who the design, air, and heating, cooling people are, that you can call them, make sure your house stays warm. Seth Goldcamp and his family have been doing that for St. Louisans since 1904. Fourth generation St. Louis business. How do you stay in business that long in St. Louis? Well, you do people right. You know what you're doing. You treat people right, and you get repeat customers. And word-of-mouth advertising, that's been the secret. That's been the key to this business. They are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, best known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call when you need them. And usually when you need them this time of year, when it's this cold, you need them bad. And they'll get right out to your house, and they'll get there toot sweet. Their website is easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling now. When they get there, they'll never try to upsell you, always give you exactly what you need, and only that. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very, very seriously. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's what I've done. Tim's done that. A number of us on the show have done that. They've been out to my house a couple times for routine maintenance on my furnace. I haven't had any problems. You ought to try that out, too. Don't wait for something to break. Get the routine maintenance, and then maybe something never breaks with your furnace. Find them online at designairservice.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Our 9 o'clock hour is sponsored by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and Jackson's Confusion is also brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth wealth strategies online at evergreenstl.com, because Jackson thinks there's a chance we're still in the Fisher window and door store 8 o'clock hour. I just don't think so. But we're going to find out. That's what we're going to do, and we're going to have a surprise guest when we come back. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. The kids call it TMA. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to The Morning After on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. And Martin, It's time for a surprise guest on the Callier Thompson phone line.
Yeah, you mentioned something one day, and I said, I got to get that person on. Caller, welcome to the show. It's great to have you on with Tim and Doug, myself. What a treat. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing? It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Doug, you picking up any reads
I don't
there?
have the voice just yet. I don't have it just yet.
No. Jackson tried to throw us off by calling the person a her, and I think we can eliminate that.
Yeah, you can eliminate that.
At this point.
Are you gender fluid?
Good gravy.
I think I once punched one of you in the head.
Oh, wow. That doesn't narrow it down.
One of us in the head.
Wow. It's probably somebody from the Cardinals and spring training picnic.
No, I think Tim said something about a wedding in Nebraska, and I said, why?
Jamal Mayers?
Yeah.
Yes.
How random for you.
Yes.
Because you said one day, I said, I've never been to Nebraska. And Tim goes, well, I was there once. I was at a wedding with Jamal Mayers.
Yes.
I said, what in the actual hell?
Yes.
You got punched?
No. He did
That's a
not.
separate
He did
story.
not punch me in the head at the wedding or any other time I can imagine.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jammer, the Stanley Cup champion, Jamal Mayers, is on the line.
Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Do you remember this wedding, Jamal?
I do.
Yeah,
I do. It was actually a great wedding. It was a long way to go, I think, for a wedding, but great people. Great people.
Yeah, I think we flew into Lincoln and then drove to Kearney, Nebraska, Doug, and that's where we were. And sure enough, there's Jamal. And it was right around the time of a work stoppage, and we sat there and had some libations and talked about it. And I learned more about the situation then than doing any other interview down at the building. So, yeah, that's Jamal and I just BSing in Kearney, Nebraska about the NHL's work stoppage. How about that? That's where all the great hockey deals get done in Kearney, Nebraska.
Are you saying the Jammer's version was different than the Mark Sauer version?
I think I would agree with that statement. I think I would agree with I would agree with that statement.
Exactly.
Was Nurse Natalie your date at that time?
Nurse Natalie.
That's right. That's right. She was. And I think you brought, I don't know, I'm not quite sure where you got your date from, but it was a little sketch.
Gosh, that's his wife.
Oh, I mean, what a... Now, as to
Definitely
whether or not
not
I've
your wife.
solicited friends in the
Definitely not
past, I am not here to talk about the past. However, I want to refute the allegation by Jamal Mayers right here on 101 ESPN, and I guess I have to contact counsel now.
Do you remember who your plus one was?
I do, absolutely.
Was she gender fluid?
No, she was not. That's Doug's theme.
All right.
Is he in the ballpark, Tim, or no?
As in, did I bring a prostitute?
Yes. Yes.
You make me feel like a natural woman.
That was Doug's wonderful rendition of Aretha Franklin's Natural Woman. What a wonderful drop.
I do. Via text, Jammer did kind of indicate to me he thought you about a date that was maybe they met the night before or something.
No.
Oh, my goodness. Then we take it all back. Take it all back.
No, that was my wife.
Oh, uncomfortable.
That's an awkward,
Jammer.
awkward conversation.
Who needs legal counsel now?
Martin, were you in or was it Doug when we had, I think it was a surprise guest, we had Ted Danson on the show, and the cat asked, we were just wrapping up the interview. He goes, what was the deal with you and Whoopi Goldberg there for a little while? And he goes, oh, well, because he was on to promote something. He goes, well, that's an awkward conversation there. I kind of feel like, it was my wife. As far as I know, I wasn't soliciting any prostitutes in Nebraska. It's not to say that I haven't, just not for that
Not in
particular
Nebraska,
Not in Nebraska, thank you. I think I'm on the record
Okay,
now.
but then Jammer also said he hit somebody in the head.
I think he's thinking of when you did like a thing with the cat for what was Fox Sports Midwest, and the cat went on there on skates.
Oh, that's right.
And wanted to scrap with you, and by God, you did strike him.
You know what's funny about that? I remember vividly. At first, they're like, hey, you got to make it realistic. And I'm like, really? And then so, I'm like 25, 26. I'm like, okay. So he's like wrestling with me, and I'm like, I give him a little shot. He's like, oh, you can do it harder. So then I give him a good one on the side of the helmet. I actually cut my fist a little bit. And he's like, yeah, like that. So I gave him another one. He's like, yeah, that's probably enough. I'm like,
that'll wrap her up.
Oh, yeah, that's like the who is it? Reed Simpson was on the receiving end of a brutal shot. That might have been when you were on the Blues. You remember that one?
On the bench, yeah.
Oh boy, that was brutal.
Was that the Grim Reaper?
Was that the Grim Reaper?
Yeah.
Stu Grimson.
Yeah.
The Grim Reaper hit him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Went down like he got poleaxed.
Oh, just knocked him out cold right in front of our bench. It was the worst sound, Oh, it was awful.
Stu Grimson is now an attorney. He hosted the Panger Roast a couple years ago. I'm up on the dais. I'm like, Stu Grimson's an attorney?
How about that?
Yeah. I know. He's actually doing NHL Network. He's like the most cerebral.
Yeah.
Like you would never know that he was a violent person at any point in his life.
Yeah,
he was a scary, scary man.
Very, very GQ. My line that night when they said Stu Grimson is now an attorney and he's like really GQ, and I said, this is akin to saying, yeah, I'm going to hire Tony Twist to do my taxes. I'm going to have Brett Hull be my designated driver. These are all like things you didn't think you would hear. Jamal Mayers is the surprise guest, and so Tim, Nurse Natalie, is Jamal's wife.
I know Natalie.
And she is the school nurse where my kids go to school, so I'll often text, is it okay to give Carson an ad? Well, yeah, and punch him in the head while you're at it. But Natalie had this great idea a couple of years ago that Jammer and I would do the auction together for St. Clement, and she said, you guys just keep it clean up there. So after my opening monologue, I sat down and said, really? The F word? Right away? With Monsignor here? So I decided we would never be invited back yet. In about 8 or 9 days, Jammer and I will return.
Oh, you're going back. A return engagement like Steve Martin and Martin Short.
Yeah.
We must have raised a lot of money. That's they can overlook some things, I guess.
Did you think we were fired? I thought we were.
I think we might have fired ourselves for a couple of years, but you know what? It was a lot of fun, so why not do it again?
You know, I've seen you here in the building at Hubbard a couple times, but I think before that, the last time I saw you was when my son was doing that blues. What's the name of the program that you were so kind? I think that's Learn to Play. That's what it was. Learn to Play. My son at the time, I guess 4 or 5. The Blues do this program out at Centene, and for anybody with young kids who are interested in learning the game, any parent who has experienced it raves about it. And then you got former players like Jamal out there. It's such a great program. I cannot recommend it enough. I'm not getting anything to say it. I'm just telling you as a parent who saw it firsthand, and Jamal's out there working with the kids. It's such a great program, and I think it's a great way for kids who want to play the game to learn the game.
Yeah, not to jump on my soapbox about it, but I really am passionate about it because unlike soccer, basketball, and other sports, hockey requires so much, right? And it's like, as a parent, do you really want to spend all this money to try something? And so the nice thing about this Learn to Play program, they partner with the NHLPA and the NHL years ago. And what it does is kids can try the game 10 times. It depends on the city, but most cities it's between $125 and $150 for full head-to-toe gear and 10 or so lessons to learn how to skate, learn how to play hockey, to get to see if they like it. If they don't like it, no problem. Donate the equipment back or give it back or whatever you want to do with it. But it's a nice touch point for the kids to have fun out there and see if they like it.
It's so good, and the way it's run is so. And then again, you got guys who played in the league, won a cup. In Jamal's case, out there with the kids. I mean, it's really first class. I heard good things about it, and now that I've experienced it, for those of you with young kids, it's a major recommendation on my part. I remember asking you, when did you have your kids out there on skates? And I recall you saying at least with one of them,
the womb,
2 years old, and I'm going, how do you even find skates for 2-year-olds?
I always say if you really do love hockey and you want your kids to play, girls or boys, is what I recommend is getting the hard skate covers, the plastic ones, and let them wear their skates around the house. Now, Natalie didn't like what it did to our floors. We had to get our floors redone, but it allows them to wear their skates like they would wear their running shoes. So you're eliminating the awkwardness of the skate and the balance and the proprioception, and they become way more comfortable just walking around in the skates, and then it translates on the ice much quicker.
Interesting.
Rollerblading help? Does that help you?
It does. It's a different motion. Like rollerblading is more of a push backward, whereas skating is more of a push side to side, but it's so similar that it's not going to hurt you. It's definitely going to help.
Tim, how about this? Chairman Kurt said when he was a freshman in high school, I dyed my eyebrows tiger striped in honor of Jamal.
The 2000 President's Trophy winning Blues. Jamal, I heard that reaction right there.
Yeah,
terrible.
Jamal, I had an MVP caliber season in my freshman year summer baseball league, and I think a lot of it had to do with those eyebrows. So I just want to give you a big shout out.
No, for heaven's sake.
That's hilarious. Do you guys want to hear a quick funny story about that?
Feel free.
So I don't know if you know what happened, but there's like 6 or 7 guys that are going to get their hair dyed. Someplace off of Hanley, there used to be a Starbucks there. I'm not sure if it's there anymore. It's salon. So I'm like, I'll go with you idiots. Greg Conroy, Mark Bergevin, Jamie McKernan, a few others went to get it done. So while I'm sitting there, the lady's like, oh, we could do your eyebrows. And I'm like, no. And they're like, yes, you're doing it. And I'm like, I'm not dyeing my eyebrows. They're like, oh, she's like, oh, I can tiger stripe them for you. So I'm like, yeah, that's what you're doing. So I'm like, oh my God. Okay, fine, I'll do it. I'll be a good sport. We were playing San Jose that year. Jimmy Mayer, our director of security, we get on the plane after the first 2 games. He says, I've been told by the police in San Jose that there's a cartel that's their signature look is to shave their eyebrows like yours look like. And you can't walk around outside San Jose looking like that. So I'm like, are you kidding me? We're here for like 4 or 5 days for a few games. So I go to we call it Shoppers Drop. I go to Walgreens and I buy like Just for Men to dye my eyebrows back. That's why I changed it back to normal. It wasn't the ribbing or the trouble I was getting. It was like so I could survive the next few days in San Jose.
Not be part of the cartel. Holy crap.
I feel like Jimmy Mayer made that up.
You think so? He just made it up?
That would be the ultimate prank.
Oh, God. So are you going back and forth to San Jose now with working with the Sharks? What's going on? What's the schedule?
No, I'm only doing about 20 games for them in their radio. They had a little bit of a hole to fill and still know and some great people there in the organization. So they asked me to help out, which I'm doing. I'm still coaching my son here for the AAA Blues. We have a real exciting year going to the Quebec tournament next month for a few weeks. So that'll be cool. And then just doing some stuff for Sportsnet still. So, and then obviously working for the Blues, doing Learn to Play and school visits and different touch points for North City Blues, another program we do. So keeping myself busy.
And a texter, Uncle Moose Knuckle. Usually the texters are sort of vile, Tim, and kind of obnoxious. Yep. No, this is Uncle Moose Knuckle, by the way. Sounds like the hometown of a hockey player. Oh, I'm from Uncle Moose Knuckle. But Jamal and I were recovering from ACL surgery in 2010, around that same time, both in rehab at Velocity in Chesterfield. Couldn't have been nicer. I was 14 years old, about to be a freshman in high school at the time. You can imagine, I felt like my athletic career was over. Jamal was the man, motivator to keep doing the rehab and stay on it. I'd see him at Smokehouse afterwards every now and then. Just a great dude. That's from Uncle Moose Knuckle. Do you remember motivating a young man in 2010?
Oh, that's nice to hear. No, you always wonder if you're a nice person, but yeah, it's great to hear. I think that anytime you're going through something like that, if you can help out a young player, a young kid, it's pretty cool. And I always took that to heart. I mean, I'll give you an example. When I did my rehab, I got my surgery in Birmingham, Alabama. And at the time, Dr. Andrews did my surgery. And when I was down there, I realized, like, in the rehab area of recovery, there was, like, 25 teenage girls that had ACL injuries. And I'm like, what is going on? And that's when I learned that they have a propensity for the ACL injuries because of their development. And it just stuck with my mind when I had my girls to, like, make sure that they do all that work and talking to Dr. Matava on, how crazy it is that happens to adolescent girls. And you're rehabbing, you're bored, you're just talking to people, trying to get better. It's nice to know that you affected someone in a positive way.
I remember there was it was years ago, when the St. Louis University women's basketball team had 7 or 8 players out with ACL surgery. They almost couldn't put a team on the court because they had so many ACL injuries. It really hits the women hard.
And Jammer's you got a star soccer player, daughter. His son is an aspiring hockey star. Look at all of this from a friend of the show and surprise guest, who once went to a wedding in Nebraska with Tim. That's how it all started, Jammer. That's how my brain works.
That's where it all came from. The wedding in Nebraska, Kearney, Nebraska, in which I may or may not have picked up my date at a stag bar of some capacity and then hired her for the evening.
You got to give me a little bit of leeway. I have been concussed several times. I'm probably mistaking a few nights out that I've seen you out over the years. And kind of smashing it all together. Sure, I'm confusing things.
The text, when I set this whole thing up, he said, "Oh yeah, I think he brought a stripper to the wedding." And I was a little nervous that it might come up, and I didn't want to make Tim uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, that is my brand, so I totally understand it. You know?
I thought I'd let you sort it out.
It'd be one thing if he was on like with Frank Cusimano and be like, "Hey, Frank, I think you brought a stripper." I mean, this is, I understand. Okay, a terrific stripper from Nebraska.
Mount Rushmore, Tim. Mount Rushmore of stripper.
I can't limit it to 4. Jamal, always great to talk it over with you, man. Thanks for joining us as the surprise guest.
Appreciate it, guys. You take care.
Take it easy. It's Jamal Mayers with us here on TMA.
I was honestly nervous.
Talk it over with him.
Because I just wasn't sure where it was going to go. And you mentioned the wedding, so when I texted him, it was like a week ago, and he said, "Oh, it'd be fun." And he said, "I think you brought a stripper to the wedding." And I thought, "Oh, God, I hope it wasn't somebody he was."
And it was.
Close to.
I went to Google to Google Jamal Mayers just to see his record.
Oh, yeah.
And before I typed in anything in the search bar, it said, Jamal Mayers. I didn't type in a letter.
Do you think they're listening to us?
They must be.
My goodness.
Not
this
one
AI,
letter.
Martin, they're listening to us, everything that we say, and then we go to our searches, and there it is. And so I open up my phone, and it says prostitutes in Nebraska. Wow. And I haven't typed that in at least a week.
Do you have that website, Jackson? Prostitutesinnebraska.com?
Yeah. GoodorBad.com redirects you to prostitutes in Nebraska.
Yeah, we could share
email in about your favorite prostitutes in Nebraska. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com for our designing or heating and cooling email today. Doug, new sponsor. New sponsor here on TMA. Moritz Reusch Jewelers. I was there yesterday getting a chance to talk with the family and meet them. Longtime Riz Show sponsors. And I actually met John. Doug, remember Doug Schlenk? And I think the cat called him Doug Plank.
Yes.
Remember that? He was my trainer, still is a trainer at Evolve Personal Fitness. And I met John there years ago. He works out there. And I was texting with my buddy Doug. Doug was one of my closest friends in grade school at St. Gabriel's. And I said, guess who I saw, who I hadn't seen since I was working out with you at Evolve Personal Fitness? John Reusch of Moritz Reusch. And here is what I want to convey to our audience about our new sponsor. A few things here. Number one, they're not like on the street level. You go into what used to be called the University Tower. Now it's called the Tower. Did you know that? Did anybody know that it's changed the name?
No.
Right across from the Galleria. You go up to the 15th floor. And you walk in, and it is a private setting. And the thing, and this is what Riz and I were talking about yesterday, you're buying jewelry. This is most likely going to have a significant element to it. It can be from a price standpoint, but it also can be from an emotional standpoint, and you don't want somebody standing over you trying to guide you to spend more. That isn't the deal there. No. And I got a chance to sit with John and his son, Dan, yesterday and talk it over and get to know their product. And if you are looking for jewelry, whether it be something for, maybe you're looking to get engaged, maybe you are looking for an anniversary gift, Valentine's Day is coming up, big recommendation for ninjabling.com. That is the website that came from the Riz Show. They call their listeners kind of like we have lemmings, Doug. They have ninjas. And that was something that Woody, Riz's old co-host back in the day, came up with to give people an easy name to find. The site ninjabling.com. They are at 1034 South Brentwood Boulevard, the tower right across from the Galleria up on the 15th floor. They will absolutely work within your budget. No twinkle lights to make things look better than they actually are. Check them out on Facebook and Instagram as well. It's Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. Welcome aboard to TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, ladies and gentlemen. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win last night, final score of 2-1 over the Flames. Off tonight, back in action tomorrow night again against the Flames. Pregame right here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the morning after, and it's presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Giving away winter warm-up passes for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And now, well, Doug, we are in the midst of a war between Buck Swope and our leader, the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Sure feels like it.
Buck Swope, of course, the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year for 2024, but the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom has declared war on Buck Swope, and Buck Swope has filed suit. And so we will see how that plays out for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, because the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom said she might not be able to email in because she's going to jump over to Aspen today.
Well, Buck Swope don't play. That much we know.
Nice.
He simply don't play.
Real nice.
And we'll see where this goes.
Well, he may target her in the email if I had to wager.
Jackson, that means you might be safe today.
Oh, I would doubt that. Top Gun thing, me upset with the officials last night. A lot of red meat right there for Buck Swope.
But really well-timed update right at the top of the hour. I think that was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sports Center update, top of the hour, just as you planned it.
My brain, is it a blender right now?
Why is that? Because you were all worked up and just sat and drank scotch following the win in Gainesville.
No. Brown liquor and me, we're not friends.
As a guy who seemingly gets a little intoxicated by a light boat drink, that's probably a wise decision.
Yeah, even like spiced rum, I'm kind of out on.
Man's man.
How often is that
out on?
When having a boat drink, Clear rum, please.
Okay.
Clear rum, please.
I'm just trying to figure out where we are. I've never, for some reason, I feel like I'm being, swindled by myself. Like, I'm, playing a practical joke on myself where it's like, ooh, you think you know this segment, but you don't. And here I am. But we're all right.
Is it kind of like drinking brown liquor, figuring out this?
It's like I'm trying to run the board and do my job while, mainlining brown liquor.
What's in the liquor that makes it brown?
Well, what am I? Jim Beam? I don't know.
I don't know.
Is it the
That's the greatest crowdsource I've ever asking me. I don't know what makes.
Well, I just wondered.
Okay.
Corn mash?
Because I think red wine is red because they keep the skin of the grape on,
It's
right?
the barrel they age it in, Doug.
That's what makes it brown.
Correct.
Yeah, Doug.
Nice, Chairman.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a chairman, man. That's why we're in alliance. There are conspiracy theories regarding somebody being fired because I was in the hallway talking to John Kiowski from John Scores. Because John Scores says the last time I was in the hallway talking to John Kiowski, somebody got fired. I think I talked to John Kiowski in the hallway nearly every day. So I just want John Scores and the other members of the YouTube, because Martin, I know you say you're new here.
Oh, yeah.
There are some TMA conspiracy theories. Doug, who was I talking to last night?
I don't have any idea.
And I said, if only it was as fascinating as a portion of the audience thought it was.
Aunt Susie's Broken Hammer.
That's who it was.
That's who you were talking to.
Aunt Susie's Broken Hammer.
You haven't spoken with a West County turkey baster in some time.
WCTB. Maybe you'll email in today, giving away those winter warm-up tickets. That might bring him out of retirement. Doug, I kind of wanted to ignore this story, but you wanted to do it, so that's fine. CBS Sports has ranked all 41 bowls for the Bulls.
Oh, no.
What?
Yeah.
For next year or the ones we just saw?
The ones we just saw.
All 41 of them.
Like, what was the best one?
Yeah. Thought you...
This is what they're doing with their time? Somebody's opinion on which game might have been better than the next one? 41 of them?
And here's what you do, Doug. You say, God, this is so stupid. And you say, I bet that Mizzou one's in the top 10 because they were actually kind of entertaining.
Doug, what do you think is the best?
Hell, I'm not even... How about the Notre Dame?
Notre Dame, Penn State.
How about Texas, Arizona State?
Yes!
Okay.
See, you love the rankings. That's why you wanted to do it.
This is so stupid. That's number 2.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Martin,
9,
this is Mike Francesa
10,
counting on the air how many
12,
bowls there are.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
I won't do the whole thing.
He eventually arrives.
Can I play along? I think there was
29, 30, 31, 32.
There's so many.
I'm going to put in that number 2 slot. I'm going to put Toledo and Pittsburgh 6 overtimes.
No, I'm sorry.
Didn't make it.
41. Counting the two playoffs, 41. If you count the championship game, 42.
Stop counting. I'm going to go South Florida and San Jose State, 5 overtimes.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
Where did
Pop-Tart Bowl?
No, I'm sorry.
Did Notre Dame Penn State not crack the top
second.
2 or 3? Okay, it had to. It had to. But
Pop-Tarts Bowl 3,
Mizzou,
Cotton Bowl 4.
Mizzou 12-ish.
Okay.
Absolutely meaningless. Could be more meaningless.
Second. South Florida over San Jose State, 5 overtimes. Hawaii Bowl. That, of course, was number 5. Citrus Bowl, ILL, number 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Sugar Bowl, Notre Dame, Georgia. That's number 7. I don't know. It felt like Georgia might come back, but it never really have. I don't know. Yeah, Doug, you were talking about the Game Above Sports Bowl.
I wasn't.
That was number 8. That's the 6 OT game.
Can
with
we just
Toledo
get to
and
where
Pittsburgh.
Missouri ranked and who was last?
Jeez. Yeah. Sorry. The Missouri-Iowa game is not 12, Martin. It's 17.
Drink's going to quote tweet them. That's it.
They're screwed.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the worst bowl?
The New Mexico Bowl, of course.
And how many are there?
41. You
we have to count them again?
1, 2, 3,
no.
4, 5, 6.
TCU, Louisiana, 34-3, your final. And then also, if I'm not mistaken, this might have been the bowl where one of the teams, I guess Louisiana, wasn't supposed to be in it, but then somebody had to bail.
That's because Marshall's team, like almost all of their starters transferred. Like they were like left with like 28 guys. They would have had like the long snapper playing quarterback, so they had to fold. They had to say, "I'm sorry, I can't hang out."
That was CBSSports.com.
That's what they're cranking out.
I bet you the executive producer ran in and said, "Hey, Doolittle over at ESPN's got a thing where he ranks them all without free agents and stuff. What do you got?"
29, 30, 31, 32.
Get it out there today.
Tim, why does the YouTube chat have a bunch of work-from-home turbo sads in it? That's from the bastard James Hahn, and he's not happy with the members of the YouTube chat. Doug, how about that?
I like the term turbo sad.
You like that term?
Yeah. Although if you're working from home and choosing to spend your day with us, we appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson just gave you a thumbs up.
And a good smile, too.
I mean, you're coming after Joey Vitale's Orange Scully, John Scores, the Ball and Beer Batch, and MD 2020, and then, of course, Don Peepee, Tiny Peepee. That's bold. I don't know if I would go with Don Peepee. I'm just telling you what I think about it. But you do what you want to do. The bastard James Hahn. 100 West Dental, wonderful sponsor here on TMA. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental. I think for a lot of people, and I understand this, you think, okay, well, my overall health is separate from my dental health. And what Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental wants people to know in the listening audience is that is actually not the case. Poor dental health can affect the rest of your body. And so when people don't get checked up at the dentist, that can lead to problems with their health. And you go, well, I don't have dental insurance. And here's what Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental says. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. You can go online at 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. If you're interested in Invisalign, they got a great promotion going on right now. Mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. On the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner, can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. Martin is taking off. You got onboarding?
No, I gotta stick around. I got some sales and the recovering alcoholic. In addition to texting into the show, is on the way. I think stopping by, and then I was about to go on board, and he said something about snacks.
He's bringing snacks.
I believe Olive and Oak is connected to these snacks.
Doug.
So I may have to push back my workout.
I know, and he knows that I don't really eat until later in the day, and this is going to put me to the test.
Doug, what time do you prefer to eat octopus?
I've never had octopus, nor will I ever.
Have the charred octopus from Olive and Oak, and Doug, you'll be handsomely rewarded.
Suction cup tentacle in my mouth? No, thank you.
Put that off.
Ink aioli.
Excuse me?
I'm not interested.
I don't know that he's bringing octopi, you slobs, but he's bringing some food. And I got a little sales thing later. We got an interview later, so I'll give you one more. How many segments? How many segments are there? One
more. Well, all I know is we have the recovering alcoholic. Yeah, it's Francesa. We have the recovering alcoholic, and what he is telling the audience about This is for real. No BS. Glorious. Glorious.
Well, what is it?
You're going to have to stick around to find out. That's why Martin's sticking around. Plus, he wants the charred octopus. That's coming up next. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today with the winter warm-up passes as the prize coming up at about 10:40. I think 10:47, probably, in there. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. It's 101 ESPN. The show's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt here on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. And Doug, what a treat we have here in the 101 ESPN studios. A gentleman who is so kind to the show in so many different ways, whether it be by being a longtime sponsor or by offering us his wife so often. It is Chris Pondoff, also known as, he came out.
I did come out of the closet.
And is also comfortable knowing that he is the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. And Mark Hinkle of...
Cousin Mark.
Cousin Mark. Oh, is that what you want to be Cousin Mark? I'll call him Cousin Mark. Martin has Cousin John.
Better than Cousin Eddie.
In studio here, talking it over. Welcome in, gentlemen. Your ILL guys. You got to be on fire. My goodness.
Did you guys see that Joe Lenardi has us projected in Milwaukee as the 4 seed?
All right, don't pay attention to that
against
stuff.
the St. Louis University Billikens.
We talked about it yesterday, and Doug disregarded the bracketology. It's unbelievable.
It up. It's all made up. It's meaningless.
I think it's a Friday tip.
Friday. Yeah, I think 3:10.
That's right. Booking flights.
Doug.
Maybe we should play at least half the season before we determine who we're going to play in the postseason.
Thanks for having us, John.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming in. What you guys are here to tell the audience about, I'm telling you, I've been texting with people about it. So when you reached out to me about telling the audience about it, I said, absolutely. Although, I got to be honest with you, the less people participating, the better for my odds.
Sure.
Of course, because I'm such a self-centered a-hole. Right. But the goal with this being charity, the goal is to cap it out, which is at 300, correct?
300, correct. So,
all right, let the people know what you guys got going on, because I'm telling you, don't even have to be a golf fan to be interested. And this is the only thing that I'm interested in going to sports-wise the rest of my life. I've been lucky enough to go to everything. It's this. Tell the audience what you got.
Yeah, checks off a bucket list item for a lot of people that are in this circle, especially those that would have to talk to their parole officers for permission to go to Augusta, which is a big part of our audience. Mark, I'll tee it up to you, and why don't you give a little background to what we're doing and what the raffle is.
Yeah, so the raffle is, what do we have, 2 tickets to the Masters. So
for heaven's sake, Saturday round of the Masters, and it's not just the tickets to the Masters, because for those of you who have been lucky enough to go, you know it's not just about getting in, which is tough enough. It's about having accommodations, and that's included. It's not just the tickets.
Not everybody here are recovering alcoholics. This has the full hospitality package, and this will be past dry January, so this has full open bar and meals included.
How do you do, Doug?
Right, so and a night stay. So
how about that?
So Pale can boat race some boat drinks there. He could double fist them.
That's what he likes to do.
And plenty of club soda for the recovering alcoholics too. So please get at it. Plenty of food too if you are in that camp as well, so everybody can enjoy.
You're only selling 300 tickets.
Correct.
So that means somebody, 1 in 300 chance, or you can buy multiple, right?
You can buy them all.
Buy them all. Then you can lock it up, I guess. So where can people enter? Because once I heard about this, I'm like, man, it's just a matter of how many I'm going to do. This is a once in a lifetime kind of deal. Saturday at the Masters, and you got the hospitality tent and a night stay.
Yeah, so it's to support the work we do at the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation. So you can get them on the website www.theohhf.org.
All right.
THEOHHF.org.
All right. I think for plenty in our audience, they would love to know about the foundation, Mark. So if you would be so kind to share the backstory.
Yeah, my wife Jen and I, we founded the organization after our son Ollie passed away due to complications with his congenital heart disease he was born with. So he lived to be 13 months old. He was born November of 2011. So it's sad and it's hard, and it's a very common illness. It's 1 in 100 kids are impacted with this, so it's more prevalent than I think a lot of people realize. And we started the foundation, in our grief after we lost Ollie, and today we've raised almost $10 million.
Wow,
it's crazy. So
wow.
You know, it's awesome, and it's thanks to the generosity of this community that we live here in St. Louis, which is incredible. So we're now doing work in all 50 states through just outreach to families, and Ollie's branch, which is our free mental health services we offer to families, which has really been.
Well, I bet that's huge.
It's huge. I mean, these families just go through just unbelievable trauma. You know, imagine watching your baby get rolled in to have open heart surgery, and maybe multiple times, and it's a lifelong illness. So we're really set up to support these families for forever, because we know it's not going away. So, and the good thing is the advancements are keeping these kids alive. So we're finding ways to work with families, with clinicians, and ways to be there to support these families through programs like that, but also in technology, research, et cetera, to keep, finding ways to make sure more kids are surviving and more kids are thriving into adulthood.
What a beautiful tribute to the legacy of your son.
It has been, probably the hardest thing our family is, and to see this come from your house in Webster to office space and how many people are being served. And when you donate money to some charities to research, you just hope and pray it's making an impact. But, the OHHF has always done things tangible and explained to the folks that are a part of their charity where it's going. For instance, I remember you telling me that now they have these 3D printed hearts that they funded these machines that they, and correct me if I'm wrong, they print the exact replica of your child's heart and bring it into you before they operate on your child's actual heart to kind of walk the family through.
The surgeon can actually, practice almost. They can go in, get the image of the heart, print up the replica, and be able to see what they're getting into versus just looking at it on a screen before they basically cut your child open and go to work, which is crazy. And things like that. Or, we put some incredible technology into the local hospitals, and, we really work with, some of the best in the business nationwide to make sure we're in tune with what the surgeons and what the cardiologists that are, in the trenches day to day want and are looking for, and see how we can work with them to make sure that they have the best things available in their hospitals and in the clinical settings to provide the best outcomes for patients. And we want to see stuff that's like changing the game today, like let's put our money where it matters, and it's really changing lives and helping families now.
Wow.
And you guys have always said there's what was a death sentence maybe 20 years ago isn't anymore. Now there's adults with children's heart disease, right? So, there's adults because they're living into adulthood because of these advances, and being a part of that is, I've watched you and Jen, your wife, the only thing that could get you out of bed, and it's been incredible. So
did you start it, Mark? When did you start?
We started at Ollie's funeral, honestly. In lieu of flowers, please give a donation. And we were, supporting other charities at that point, just raising money. We were sitting on a board and raising money for research at that point, and we just saw other needs and saw the opportunity to do something that wasn't being done, and that's when we set out to do our own thing, because we really felt we could make an impact in bigger and better ways than what was happening in the heart community from a charitable standpoint.
So many people already texting in to make sure that we give the website over and over and over again. The website, once again, theohhf.org. And what Mark and Chris are in here to tell our audience about is this drawing for 2 tickets to the 3rd round of the Masters, Saturday Masters. And that also includes tickets to a hospitality tent and accommodations. And you're raffling off 300 tickets, $100 a piece, no more than 300 though. And so if you buy one, you've got a 1 in 300 chance, and you can buy as many as you would like. And what is this under on the website when people go to the website? Is there a particular link on the website? I'm sorry if I'm putting you boys on the spot. I apologize. We're getting people texting and asking, so I want to try to
I think it'll pop up right when you get on there. But Chris is going to pull it up right now. But I think there's going to be a pop-up, or you'll see it under events or...
Yeah, because you guys do a gala, right? I mean, you've been doing how many years have you been doing that?
So we started that. It's had a few different faces. And today it's called Eat, Drink, Love. So it's the first. We are Sunday, April 6th, I believe, is the first Sunday of April. Yeah. Eat, Drink, Love is our big fundraiser that we do every year with about 20 local restaurants and more wine than you could imagine, like big dog wine, fun stuff. So Sunday Fun Day, if you haven't had a chance to come, those tickets will go live soon. So you'll find that on the website as well. But that's one of our biggest fundraisers we do that's open to the public and just really incredible. One of, I think, St. Louis's best food and wine events that happens too. So it's a win-win. Support the cause and just really check out great food and wine on a Sunday afternoon.
Amen.
Awesome.
They let me in now that I'm no longer the family drunk.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
We let you in. You had been in 86.
Yeah. That was an issue for a while, wasn't it?
It was. You can ask Mark and his wife. I was a wreck. And, I was sharing this with them Friday night at Olive and Oak that watching Ollie go through what he went through, I mean, what a warrior, and watching them go through what they went through, I was literally like at rock bottom. And talk about an inspiration that. And when the night that Mark called that where Ollie's this is close to the end, he got the flu after Christmas, and you called me and was like, this is it. This could be it. He's on life support. Still fighting, but you might get here. We all went. Well, if it was afternoon, like 12 o'clock in the day, back in those days for me, I was half in the bag. So I got in the car and drove to Cardinal Glennon, and we didn't leave. And I always said to myself, like, here my family's just completely on their knees, helpless, praying every prayer they got. And what if my drunk, got in a car accident on the way to Cardinal Glennon? So that always stuck with me, and it's a source of inspiration. They always have been. But, they do let Chris Raby in those events, though, which is...
Yeah, that's an upset.
Yeah,
another upset.
He does some MC work for the foundation, so when his parole officer allows him, it's his community service work.
Are they close to being able to develop an artificial heart that they can put in a child and it'll stay there forever, for decades and decades? Or
it's... I can't answer that question. I know it's changing greatly, and I think there used to just be a lot of, I think, patchwork getting through, and we were hoping for, extensions of life, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I think today we're really seeing the possibility of, full life expectancy, more so than we were in the past. And I think we're seeing a lot of people on the clinical side and on the technology and, medical, development side trying to work towards finding things. I mean, still today, there's a lot of, kind of fidgeting with adult heart components to work for pediatric procedures, where they're just now, because there's money, it's a money game. So if there's not enough money in it, people aren't developing it. So, we're working hard with people on a national level to try to figure out how do we make things like this happen to make sure that things are being produced or that the technology's there, and how do we get people to put them into play?
Mm-hmm. I have been sent the link by somebody who was interested in just so I'm trying to see.
Yeah.
my.onecause.com. If it's not on the OHHF.org website, we're having a bunch of people text in who want to buy, but they're having a tough time finding it.
Me too. What about the QR code? Is there a way that we could share that somehow to I don't know if the text inbox would be able to, it wouldn't get back to them. No. We'll figure that out. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Oh, that's all right. I know we can tweet out the link. We can certainly do that and put it on Instagram as well, so that can be a way for those. But I see it, 2025 Masters raffle, 2 badges to Masters 2025 tournament for Saturday, April 12th, 2025. Full hospitality package, full open bar, and meals included in 1 double room with 1 night stay, $100 per ticket. Ticket sales end at 12 a.m. Central on February 12th, 2025. And this is to benefit the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation. So that is something we will tweet out from the TMA STL account and also from our Instagrams, if you gentlemen can do that, to make sure our audience will be able to purchase, because the Warson Woods Wacko says he wants to buy 100 of them.
Oh, wow.
So
he's money. He is a money.
So immediately a third are out the door. Just
probably
like
too expensive for licks.
It is.
Oh, my.
It's definitely on the Instagram account at the Oaf, at THEOHHF.
God bless America. There's another place that you can find it as well. Mark, Chris, thank you so
guys,
much for coming in. Always great to see both of you.
Thank you.
And you have an incredible thing going on. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com, and the phone number is 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. We always enjoy talking it over with Ed Herman and Andy Crouppen and Terry Crouppen here in studio on Tuesdays, and that's Brown and Crouppen, longtime presenting sponsor of TMA. If you need Brown and Crouppen services, if you're in that spot, don't you want somebody who is local, who knows the market? Well, Brown and Croupen's been doing it in St. Louis since 1979 with their superior legal services and value client services as well. Brown and Crouppen is a part of the St. Louis community, and they value it. You're going to get great service and great results. That's why they've been around so long, and that is what they pride themselves on. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's Teammates 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais. You like that? Sliding into the dais?
I guess I don't mind it.
And Jackson Burkett here on the program, and joined by Chris Pondoff and Mark Hinkle in the previous segment. You boys are going to send out the link for that Masters raffle.
It's if you go on to TMA STL on Instagram and go to our Instagram story, you will see the direct link to it.
Outstanding. Okay. What about the Twitter tweets?
That will be going out here in just a moment.
God bless America.
I bet those tickets go really fast.
Oh, my goodness. I'm in.
Yeah. I'm surprised somebody doesn't say, here's my $30,000. I want all the tickets.
It's kind of ballpark potential price point. It's certainly over, but I mean, those things are so. But it's not even about expensive. Like if I want to, I can go to the Notre Dame Ohio State game.
Right.
It doesn't matter what I have. I can't necessarily go to Augusta National for the Masters.
Can you sneak in at all? Is there a spot along the course?
I can, just because I'm the size of a Mickey Carroll.
You could get into a gopher hole.
That's correct. That's actually my move.
All right.
And so if you see me on Sunday when Scheffler's winning will that be his third green jacket?
I don't know, Tim. I think so.
Then that's how you know I've gotten through a gopher hole.
Okay.
I'm going to talk to Chairman Ridley at the next chairman meeting. I'm in the works.
Chairman meeting because Chairman Kurt and Chairman Ridley.
Yeah, I might be getting you a lifetime pass.
I kind of feel like I should have a membership there.
Well,
I'm a little surprised.
You have to be asked, right? It's not like you just...
but I mean, we were on HD2. Yeah. Condi Rice wasn't on HD2.
No. Yet that was politics.
And Saturday's kind of the perfect day to go.
Moving day. Here comes Eldrick Tiger Woods, friends.
Yeah, you get to see like everything and all the action, and then the next day when things are getting tight, you watch it on television.
Well, that's what I did for the PGA Championship in 2018.
Yeah, and it's kind of
I still have video of the range at Belle Reve in 2018, and it truly is a who's who of prominent. I'm talking about the top tier golfers at that time. When you look at that leaderboard, it was Rahm, Koepka, Adam Scott, Ricky Fowler. I feel like I'm leaving out an obvious one. I know that. And then from the shadows of the tunnel, I have this video where in his Sunday red, Tiger Woods emerges, and it winds up becoming the event, I think, that did kind of launch him into eventually winning at Eastlake in a few weeks from that date. And then, of course, the Masters, famously in April of 2019. But yeah, I've been lucky enough to go to Super Bowls, World Series, Stanley Cups, NCAA tournaments. You know, you just feel fortunate. And it's not like I did anything. It just was our job. But the only thing at this point that wants to get me to leave my basement is the Masters. That's it. Other than that, I'm quite content being at my home and watching games. But the Masters, that's a different level. So to help raise money for a great foundation, wonderful people, sponsors of the program, we are more than happy to promote what is something that I would imagine will sell out pretty quickly. 300 raffle tickets.
Yeah, it's up on our Twitter right now. Okay. You can go direct link there. And if you're just on the Ollie Hinkle Heart Foundation website and you go to upcoming events on that tab, you can also find it. So a bunch of different places to find it. Awesome cause. And two incredible people right there who came in and stopped by the studio.
Looks like, according to the Worst and Woods Wacko, he's bought them all. He says, I bought them, you whores. I'm taking Tim because he can get us into all of the secret places because he's the most famous St. Louisan. That's from the Worst and Woods Wacko. So it sounds like I am going to the Masters in 2025. Okay. That's assuming I don't qualify.
You get one of those cheese sandwiches for $1?
That in my bag.
Really?
That in my bag.
What, white bread and cheese?
Pimento cheese.
That's correct. But you know what I say? Some people like some things. Some people don't like other things. Think about that.
Yeah.
I want you to think about that.
Peach ice cream, that's just apparently the bee's knees. I want to try that. And this cheese sandwich.
The pimento cheese. You can make one yourself. You go to Schnucks and get some pimento cheese.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be on the grounds.
No, but you could go to
like Forest, on the grounds?
Forest Park or something and eat your pimento cheese sandwich there.
I do love Forest Park.
Yeah. Wow, out of nowhere.
I worked there for 5 summers.
You're talking about the golf course.
Yeah, but, you know, the surrounding
just
area.
In general.
It's a real hang out.
It's the gem of the city.
Yeah.
St. Louis U High?
No, Forest Park.
But their proximity is undeniable.
Yeah, you wonder if St. Louis U High will acquire Forest Park.
Right, like Forest Park, like when people talk about it, they're like in the shadows of St. Louis U High.
That's correct. That's actually correct.
Well, anyone can go and hang out at Forest Park, but you can't just linger around St. Louis U High. That would be creepy.
I wouldn't recommend it personally. And if maybe one day you wear the white tuxedo.
Exactly.
I did.
Right.
Well, some of us are a little old for that to ever happen. most of us, all of us here.
Tim still has eligibility left with Missouri.
That's correct. 8 credit hours.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is a wonderful sponsor of the program, online at carltoninsurance.net. More than 400 5-star reviews for James Carlton. I got to be honest with you, Doug. This is a brief aside. You can cut this out of the endorsement for all I care. It doesn't matter, but it's honest. You know, insurance agency. I'm not going to get all that worked up to post a review. I have a great French fry. I might post a review.
Right,
yeah, well seasoned.
I have a wonderful hotel stay. I might post a review. An insurance agency? Well, that tells you something. Because most of the time you're going to be like, nah. But you're so impressed by what you've experienced, and you've saved so much money by working with James and his team that you go, I got to tell people about this. This is the real deal. That's why James has the team the size that he does. Number one, because he can, because so many people have gotten on board. Number two, because he wants to make sure that when you call 314-961-4800 during business hours, you are going to talk to somebody with his office immediately. You're not farmed out to some call center. If you've got an emergency with something that you've insured in your life, it matters because you insured it. So therefore, you know it's significant. Take care of it with the best. You owe that to yourself and to your family. And the best is James Carlton. CarltonInsurance.net. 314-961-4800 online at CarltonInsurance.net. I actually think Doug should pitch the peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich to the board at Augusta.
Oh, they'd like
spice
that.
some things up a bit from the egg salad and cheese spread sandwiches. That's from Carlos Spicy.
It is a southern treat.
The peanut butter and mayonnaise is?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I tried it.
How was it?
I would describe it as just kind of tasting like a peanut butter sandwich, but without like that, you know, how peanut butter can kind of get stuck in your mouth a little bit. It feels like it's lingering, you know.
It's like a lubricant.
Yeah, it's exactly
works as a lubricant.
Well, mayonnaise on any sandwich is really just a lubricant. There's not a lot of flavor to mayonnaise,
Right.
but it is a crucial element. I didn't mind it.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
You like mayonnaise on a burger, boy?
Love it.
Heavens, no.
Love it.
It mixes so nice, that lubricant with the ketchup and the mustard.
Oh.
If I have meat between bread, chances are I'm going to want mayonnaise on that joint.
Really?
Cut that off.
Doesn't McDonald's and some of the fast food places put just a dollop of mayonnaise on some of their sandwiches?
Good for you.
Maybe Wendy's. I don't think McDonald's does.
I thought that was part of the special sauce on the Big Mac.
Yeah, that's like Thousand Island.
Oh.
That's like Thousand. You ever seen
Chairman Kurt just shushed you like Chris Carpenter to Martin Kilcoyne at 2006 spring training.
You ever seen The Founder with Michael Keaton about the creation?
I have.
Really good, like very
really good and dark.
Very dark. Like you're like, oh boy, this is tough, but it's really really good.
Ray Kroc, he got sideways with Ozzie Smith. Or his wife did, I think.
Yes, he did.
Is that
and
right?
He started that rather late in life. He was like,
if it weren't for the Kroc family owning the Padres, Ozzie Smith never comes to St. Louis.
The Krocs on the Padres?
That's right. That's right.
Wow.
She tried to hire Ozzie to do some yard work, right?
Yep. How would that play on Twitter in 2025?
Not great.
Yeah. Well, it didn't play great for the Wizard, but it played just fine for your St. Louis baseball Cardinals. Ladies and gentlemen, email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We're giving away winter warm-up passes as the prize for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And also want to remind the 101 ESPN listeners that you can join the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show for the Champ Bash at Hot Shots Fenton next Sunday, January 26th. Hang with members of both shows and watch the AFC at NFC Championship games. Plus, enjoy bucket specials, delicious food, tons of TVs to watch the games, giveaways throughout the day, and the Pick'em Challenge punishment live on site. Champ Bash kicks off with a live 2-hour pregame show at 11 a.m., and the fun continues until the NFC and AFC champs are crowned. Don't miss this year's Championship Bash with 101 ESPN and the Rizzuto Show at Hot Shots Fenton next Sunday, January 26th. Get all the details now at 101ESPN.com. We've got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues defeat the Flames last night, off today. Back in action tomorrow against the Flames. Pre-game right here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you ready for it?
Well, I don't know that I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the halfway point of the month of January for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day here on TMA. We're giving away winter warm-up tickets for this coming weekend's festivities in downtown St. Louis. And never in the 20-and-a-half-year history of the Morning After has a lady won the Email of the Month standings. Well, never say never. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
It's a good time. Are we going to require some sort of DNA testing to make sure it is indeed a gal?
Why would she lie?
We're just going to go, well, because all of them lie.
If you pay goodorbad.com, we'll run that for you.
Interesting. I'm starting to wonder about this goodorbad.com slush fund. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is leading Buck Swope, Misty Plops, Doty's Takeaway, the degenerate from Jefferson County, TMA Walrus #1, and Dave and O'Fallon, all with a 2-goal lead. She has 3 wins. They all have 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Designer Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Ow! I noticed something today. Tim's eyes. I don't think I've ever seen eyes that color before. Matter of fact, I don't think I've ever seen that color. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I was on a ski weekend up at Stowe. Is that how you say it?
Stowe. Vermont?
I don't know. I just read what's on the prompter. Coming in late, last person on the slopes. The sun had just died down. The sky turned an incredible color. I find myself kind of walking around in the cold, hoping it wouldn't change. Afterwards, I tried to convince myself I had imagined the color. That nothing on this earth, nothing could be that beautiful.
No.
And now I see I was wrong. But this email's about hair dye. Okay. I remember this one year where I convinced my adventurous khakied lover to dye his shrubs green for St. Patrick's Day. Next day I woke up and my kisser was covered in emerald complexion. Doug, that's from Hugh, what and then the last name is Junit.
Hugh Unet. He's a Frenchman.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, guys. I normally don't get to listen live. So I was excited to turn on the program today to hear some hot takes about the big Mizzou and Blues wins. Instead, I'm inundated with Martin scrolling through IMDb, selecting random movies, and having the cast guess the budgets and box office numbers. On a related note, Doug and I made a movie a few years ago. The budget was the cost of a rented gimp suit. Box office was 0. Sincerely, that's Bob Horner's butt paste.
I'll be darned.
Doug, you remember him? He Hall of Famer, had a hell of an 88 with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Is that right?
He was going to replace Jack Clark.
And it worked.
Didn't.
Okay.
Bob Horner's boot paste.
Guys, Plops here. I've been thinking about this since the first segment in the 8 o'clock hour, and I have to say I'm absolutely 100% with Doug on this. There's nothing hotter than dads over 40 with pierced nipples.
I never said that.
With guys like us, it's like we show up to the Lenten fish fry. There are dads everywhere, and we just want to go ham on the 3 T's, tilapia, tartar, and teat. And I say, bring it on. That's from Misty Plops. Yeah, that was your take at like about 8:11.
I never had the take. Misty Plops.
Sorry for the late submish, but the Wi-Fi on the bird is a little unstable at times. Do you remember when we used to walk the beaches of Harbor Springs, NACO? Do you remember when we used to cruise Geyer in your 98 Porsche 911? Do you remember when we used to split the Turkey Club at Schneidhorst Rooftop to allow our bodies to stay live?
Oh, man, rest in peace.
Now you have let yourself go. Ever since Schneidhorst closed, you've been filling that void with microwave popcorn, cured meats, and liters of pop. Now you sit in the corner behind the daybed with cuckold eyes and your baby carrot in your hand. I've turned my love to this SMU grad who I've flown out to Aspen. Much love. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and it sounds like she is riding to leave her husband, who is in a chastity cage somewhere in the 63124.
That's a real love letter to Schneidhorst.
And also a tribute to Schneidhorst.
Self-made, stay-at-home mom.
Now, it's interesting you took out the Ladue.
Yeah, it wasn't necessary.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Blues picked up a huge 2-1 win over the Flames as they clung to their one-goal lead and wisely avoided the dreaded most dangerous lead in hockey. Mizzou knocked off 5th-ranked Florida in their building and took a major step toward making the NCAA tournament first round proper and not just the play-in games that Libby Jack won't admit are play-in games. ILL went to Indiana and curb-stomped the Hoosiers as Dogtown Astrovan has linked the decline of the Indiana Hoops program with a lack of mouth-kissing between their head coach and his adult son. Tim set his money on fire betting on the Billikens -9. I was +9 as they got shipped by 18 as VCU in a building where they've never won. But I think the lead is that Libby Jack ran into Cardinals lame duck GM who was raw dogging at a grocery store that everybody assumes is the Brentwood Whole Foods, not just because Libby Jack gave an unconvincing non-denial denial when Sharon and Clayton mentioned it. I mean, it would make sense for Mo to shop at a grocery store where we won't be accosted by mouth-breathing fats. During yesterday's email, it was suggested that I was not happy with the email today voting patterns in January, and I want to clear the air. Win or lose, I just appreciate having my emails read just because I point out that on Monday you voted for TMA Kiss Ass #1, not because he wrote the best email, because he pathetically admitted it. It's always been his dream to attend the effing winter warm-up. Doesn't mean I'm unhappy with the outcome, Doug. That's Buck Swope. And that's what we have for. He's soiling the dreams of the listeners.
He really is, which is not nice.
What you got?
I didn't really care for Bob Horner's boot paste. Misty Plops was okay. I'm going to go with Buck Swope again. I feel like I vote for him a lot, but he's usually the best.
I got 3 words for you, Doug.
What?
Tilapia, tartar, and teat. I'm going Misty Plops.
Oh, wow. I liked Bob Horner's butt paste.
Puts a lot of action on me. Buck Swope. I mean, it could have been Misty Plops, but I'm going Buck Swope. I thought it was the best one.
Okay, that's good.
It was a great battle. Buck Swope has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. The longest-running sponsor on TMA. We're talking about a decade with Seth Goldcamp. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. Why don't you become a client as well and work with the great Seth Goldcamp and his team with temperatures as cold as they are? If you run into issues with your heating system, you go to designairservice.com, and they will be on it super fast. I mean, super fast. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Designairservice.com. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Why don't you become one as well? The sponsor of our email today. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman McKernan, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.